Ding, 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 ding. Yo, I think I just made it right at the end of 9:15. CPT. Yo, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wait, am I live? Do I see my voice? Can myself see myself? Myselfing? Myself? Yes. Okay. All right. So what happened yesterday? Yesterday was crazy. Yesterday was a single target way going down. Yo, morning, bro. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? I'm just setting up right now, getting ready for today. Um, getting my bearings straight right now. I had to go to the store, get a couple supplies. I got my Red Bull, my classic green Red Bull. It's the elderflower. It's really good. And I mix it with water ice. I mix it with different kinds of water ice. Today we have a different kind of water ice. It's still a Philadelphia water ice. This is called Blue Hawaiian. It's blueberry, coconut, and pineapple swirl. And the Red Bull tastes so much better with that. You're live, yeah. I know. It's, it's just a mic check. Whenever I do that, it's just a mic check. Um, all right, let's start. Let me take my hoodie off. Give me a second. All right, it's starting to get kind of warm. 9:18. So let's go over yesterday's notes. Yesterday, was 11:06. Why is my time off? 6. Oh wow. We had Trump yesterday at 11. We had the SPY pre-market high 679, the low 675. No box range. I'm pretty sure we killed this 672 gap fill yesterday. So I don't think we're gonna have to worry about that too much. Uh, Leading into yesterday, we hit a high of 677, then it just went down from there. We hit a low of 668. We did really well on the put contracts. The puts did really well yesterday. These guys hit like 600%. These were really nice. This was the time flow for yesterday. That was our higher day at 9:33 right there, and it just went down from there. Boom, boom, boom. It We had a couple um uh structure changes throughout the day, and but it was still going down. We have Trump at 11:45, I think, or I don't think he's going to. 11:45. Trump is having lunch with someone, so maybe Trump is out the way today. Maybe he's out the way, and we don't have to worry about a Trump tweet coming in and messing up some things. This is pre-market SPY. The chart doesn't look too good. Um, I can start putting some of our info for today. Copy. Let's get rid of this stuff now because this is a lot. I wonder if I should start keeping the time flow data and have it its own sheet and having the days coincide with each other with the different time frames. Yeah, we gotta look for those. There's gonna be a lot of traps today. What I want to do, my plan today is to find the direction and hit it. You notice how on Wednesday, yesterday, no, this is Thursday. This is Friday. Oh my gosh, where's my brain? I'm happy I'm catching this stuff. My goodness. All right, 11/6. Gotta change the date. 7, because we're Friday. Wednesday, 5, 6, and 7 today. Boom. Oh my goodness. Well, I can put this number in now. We hit a high of 672 in the pre-market. 650. That's our high, our low. We actually hit the 666. We're back in the 666 range, an area. That's crazy. High, low, open, close. This was today, 11/7, Friday. Clean these out. Get rid of our little star. I don't think we are gapping. This could be a gap down. This could be a gap down. We want to look out for our big structure changes today. We have 10 a.m. consumer sentiment. So we know that's going to be a shift there. So we're going to look for our openings around that time frame. We can take you back. What is this? 924, 67. All right. Let's bring this out a little bit more. All right. All right. So we come from. They can try and rug us out too. All right. What am I doing? 45. So we have the 10 a.m. 8:30 data. No, I don't think we had any 8:30 data. So we can just check that off. Just we got rid of that. 10 a.m. consumer settlement. Liquid direction in the test. That's going to be the biggie right there in the test. That's going to be the add-on. That test is going to be the add-on right there. And I think I'm happy with the contracts that I have right now. So what are you thinking about today? How was your trading this morning? You trade futures, correct? Um, let's. Alright, I'm good there. Let's make a drink because I am thirsty. I'm mega thirsty. I see you down there. If you want to get on Discord too, by the way, we can jump on Discord. Um, you don't have to go on stream if you don't want to, but we can definitely get on Discord. Discord is so much faster for like call outs and everything. Like if you want to trade with me, we can do that. We don't have to just stay on this format. It's not really um conducive uh in my thoughts. So it's not just a one-way format in my opinion. It doesn't have to be. So it dropped $3. $3. I swung some positions. I did swing some positions. So I am ready for all that. It didn't do anything big like it did the other day, but we are going to find out. Come on, admit. How do you not have the do not disturb on your phone? I mean, I have certain people that can come in immediately if they call, but for the most part, my thing is on. Hmm. This is going down because Nvidia's in the bubble. I'm just reading different forms and everything. Oh, all right. My alarm's about to go off for the 9:30. So get ready for that. There we go. That's the 9:29 alarm. We have 1 minute. All right, Spy is trying to come up a little bit. We're open. Ding ding. Good luck. We're not going to do much right now. Well, those are done. The puts I was looking at, they're done. They are already in the money. So my projection on those were a little bit too high. We're just going to gap and go. We're just going to probably just gap and keep going down. There's a good chance we can just gap and keep going down. Nvidia down 1.5. All right, who's down the most? Let's put this down here. Tessie. Oh, what's that? 3%, down 3%. Hoodie down 2%. Gotta see beyond. About to break $1. AMD down 1%. We want to watch Nvidia and Apple. That's two heavyweights in the S&P. All right, the S&P. Holy shit, my one SoFi put went up 200 something percent. Holy crap. Whoa. SoFi, ouch. I didn't even notice that puppy. Holy shit. All right, it's 9:37. Consumer sentiment is at 10. Uh, I have the 652 put. The 652 put is a put that is looking really good for me right now. Consumer sentiment is going to probably go down, make this flush a little bit or a lot more. This is going to be a big flush today. So right now, whoa. Wow, 600%. These contracts are looking good. I'm happy. I picked up some single prints. All right. I shaved that. I shaved that one. SoFi is still kind of dropping. This is up 600%. This is insane. Insane. And this doesn't expire until next week. Mm. All right. Since we've been falling since since whenever, I am going to wait, no. No, this is good. This is good data. This is letting us know what they're doing. Shoot. So our high a day, open, high a day, 9:30, high a day. This is good info. High a day, boom. Now, this is our low point, 9:41. Remember, we have news at 10 o'clock. So this is huge. So this is our floor. I think this, if we're going to drop more, this is our retest. So I sold my stuff already. We're going to see where this is going to go for a couple of seconds. Then we're going to go from there. 66435. Uh, what time was this? 41. Okay. Awesome. So now this is low a day, low of day, boom. So now here go our structure change. So now this is our retest right here. They're giving us another chance to load in because we should see a failure. We should see a failure. Is that the failure? Now remember, 10 o'clock is a pivotal time. We wanna wait. We wanna be patient. You see, the retest. I sold. I kept one. All right, so now's a good time to go shopping. Let's watch you. Let's watch you. We're gonna let him. We're gonna let him rip up. We're gonna let him rip up. We're gonna let him rip up. Because even if so even if you think this is going to go up, this was the perfect time to buy a call. But that's not where I'm going to necessarily put my marbles. I want to put my marbles in. Everything's going straight forward down today. So Friday. What the heck? Okay. Okay. I was right. Okay. Here we go. What the heck? Um, Lower day, 60. So that was a good high day. 667. 667. 98. Just if we're being technical, okay? Only if we're being technical. Good morning, by the way. Anyone watching, thank you for coming in. Right now we are measuring these moves. Um, yeah. Uh, so 10 o'clock. So they might run this up until 10, but this is when we go shopping. Okay, so I'd rather wait, let them do what they're going to do, and then we can make a better move on on my move going down because I think we're going to keep going down. Okay, but we do have a gap ahead. Okay, whatever. If they want to get it, okay, whatever. But we know that is a short term trade, so I don't want to put my money there. I want to wait until we close the gap. If we're going to close the gap, because today can be a technical day, they're going to close that gap around the 10:30 area, and then we're going to snap back down. In the meantime, we're going to get cheaper puts. Um, Now, if we do clear the gap and keep going, oh, it's okay. Because now that's confirmation. Now we'll be okay to put our money inside and be like, okay, we were wrong without putting our money in and being wrong. You dig? We had to play this gap and go because we didn't know how much it was going to go. Technically, it's still going because it didn't break we didn't break open and print. Just like yesterday, we didn't break open and print. So, we just get a lot of information from watching the charts and right here. Because everything's on like a wire. We already locked in some gains. We have a runner. You see, I don't want to mess with this. I don't want to mess around with this too much. This is exactly why I just wanted to fall back. That's why we have the timesheet. This is saving us money on better plays, letting us shop around for better plays. Let let all this messy stuff, all this ugly stuff happen, and we want to go short off of that. All right, you see this right here? We're making money. As we're not spending money, we're making money as it's going up because our plays are getting cheaper. The plays that we want to get, they're going cheaper. This is a term that I coined as ATP. I said I wasn't going to say it until I get like 5 consecutive, viewers and shit. But I had a couple likes. I didn't even peep games. So thank you for the likes. Give me more likes. But that's a phrase that I term called ATP. The definition, I'll give you the definition at a later time. So when you hear me say ATP, just know that's something right there. I think this is fake. I think this is all fake. I'm not looking for longs. I'm not looking for nothing long. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. But we don't know. Ouch. Wait. No, ouch. No, yes, ouch. We lost value. Ouch. Did I sell that contract? Did I sell that SoFi? That SoFi still at. Mmm. Look at that hood contract. That hood contract is going brazy. Brazy, brazy. Ouch. My Nvidias are up. I got some Nvidia puts, hood puts, Palantir puts, SoFi puts. I wrote those yesterday. I wrote those yesterday. All right, this put is okay because that's done that. I guess I can still keep it. Oh, who wants to see that drawdown? I don't want to see that drawdown. No drawdowns. Damn, Robin Hood boy. Sheesh. All right, we're gonna let them do what this is going to. This is all chop slop. We wanna start shopping for some nice cheap puts. Still, I mean, if you think it's gonna go up, buy a call. You had your point back here. We marked it for you. If you want to write a call, you don't have to do what I do. But no matter what, I'm still writing down these points, and these points are going to give you your levels either way if you're a bear or a bull. So whether you are a bear or bull, I can help you. Um, I can help you with just your directions. I can help you with your trades or anything. I mean, I can, but like I'm not like there for that. But I'm giving you your levels. These are the good levels. Even if you have your own levels, this is still active price action. You're getting live updated price action right now. So I can get my best entry too, and that's the big deal of what I try and do with my trading is best entries. Because the best entry is going to give you the best options. That's why I'm Chuck for options. I'm here to give you your best options. Ooh, we made a nice little pretty penny already. Let's go. I didn't even peep the profit. I don't even, man. I care about the moves. The only reason why I seen that is because I just put my phone down. Sheesh. I didn't even expect that. I mean, I expected profit. I didn't expect that. So, devil's advocate, the market, the retail, we think that, you know, the obvious direction is down, right? News come out in 5 minutes, 4 minutes. So now we imagine they flip it. That could be a Trump tweet at whatever lunch he's at or something, but it flips because there's so many puts. Now this is grindy. This is really grindy. But at 10 o'clock, we're in extreme fear right now. Extreme fear. I haven't moved up. Ugh. Let me see if I can put something on. Find some news. Trump has the potential to speak at 11:30. You see that stuff right there. So now we really want to be careful, leading up and coming back. So now you see he is the balancer. He's there to equal this market out. That's what. So it doesn't go crazy one way. It's crazy how they're using him as a weapon. They're using his moronic fucking self. is his Oh my god, I can't find my pen. Are you kidding me? It's just me. I can't find my pen. I found a pen, but it's not the pen. Like, who wants a pen? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, here we go. Who wants? No offense to you, pen. But who wants a pen? You want the pen. You want your pen. That's just no. All right. So potential. So let me also update the chart to look at that. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. That is interesting. All right, SPY. We have 10 a.m. sentiment, consumer sentiment, 10 a.m. And then we have Trump around 11. That's big too. Hmm. They're gonna squeeze it. Fargo. Fargo. Mm. Let's start 10 a.m. consumer sentiment. Where you get that motherfucking pill from? consumer report failed. It was bad. And there's going to be more follow through. I was just listening to it. If this spikes, that's fear. That's fear. Holy shit. That's the VIX. Holy shit. That's the VIX. I knew it. I knew it. That's the oh my gosh, that's the VIX. That long green bar, that's bad. I mean, depends on what you want, but that's the consumers. That's the people. Mm. This is a bad consumer sentiment too. Where's my thing? I'm lagging badly again. Is this? That's just. Is that another rejection up here? So, wow, look at that. Where do they survey these people? This is that point. This is that make or break point. It's 10:15. It's 10:15. This happened at 10:08. Is this a new low of the day? Yep, 66397. 10:08. Ripping. Ripping, ripping, ripping. And that's exactly what I thought it was going to do. Yo, Draco, what's good, bro? Yeah, I'm just watching some contracts right now. I'm looking at the 651s. Huh. Position up. Just Draco. They're playing some games today. I was just focused on the trade just now. I was in such a great position, man. We are making a move towards the low of the day right now. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you see, there were no good upside trades. No good upside trades at all. That's the 5 minute. Oh, it's the 30. 15. That was our last like high right there. All right, this is October 22nd level. All right, we're going for that level. We're going to see what happens. So we tried like 5 or 6 times to the upside to break the upside, and we didn't break it towards the gap. We're going to see if we're going to break it down. Now remember, we still have Trump at 11. I definitely want to save some money for Trump. All right. Support is falling. Support is falling. Now this is thicker than the last time we hit that support. All right. All right. 64. We already broke low day. Oh, we already broke low day. 663.83. All right, that's the new low of day. New low of day. 1047. 10. We take this one because we're past that time frame. 47. New low of day. 663.88. 5656. All right, new low of day. All right, I have the 658s. I grabbed the 658s. All right, and here's our UVIX. This is UVIX. This is VIX. Whenever UVIX go green, this goes red. The SPY goes red. Whenever UVIX goes red, the SPY goes green. So these are inversely correlated. Okay. Now the VIX is the fear index. Now when the VIX and UVIX line up, whether they both go green, this one is going to go intensely red. you know. But the VIX usually, sometimes, not usually, but sometimes it does its own thing, and it wiggle and it waggles. Remember, this is green. This is going to be red. So right now we want our puts. We want our puts to go. We want to see a lot of green in our puts, and we're making money. The more green we see over here, the more money we make. I think today it was going to be a really heavy put day, and so far it has been. This is a whole bunch of chop and slop in here, but here goes this was the last high, and then this is where we start buying our puts, you know, especially in the direction. So today we wanted to just buy at the high. We didn't want to buy anything unless that high was broke. Broke, broke. Okay. We waited, bang. Now we attack. All right. The Senate is preparing for another vote. The more green, the better for us. The greener, the better. The greener, the better. So Trump might talk about the government being shut down. They're going for another vote today. They're saying, mm, mm, mm. I think that's a stop loss rate. Hopefully, that's a stop loss rate right there. Just it's a temperature check. Mm. So they're not sure if there's going to be a vote today. Apple's starting to participate. You see, pretty much everything is red. Just had a big pump back at 10. That was our add-on. That was your add-on trade right there. You're supposed to add on right there during the stop loss because they're just testing the temperature. That was the add-on. Oh, excuse me. Mm. 'm here. My bad. Was on some calls. Might be a big break. How much is it put from 68 to 20 worth? From 68 to 20. What do you mean? 667. How much is the put? Um, well, you just pull up the options chain. There's different strikes. So you said it's 656 strike, $19. The 665, the 665 put is a little bit more, a lot more expensive. That's in the money. That's 260. You just pull up the option chain, and all the prices are right there for you. All right. So what is so this is consolidation. Consolidation. It took them a while to get back here, but we got back here. All right, are we dropping? It looks like we're gonna take a nice. The 658 puts I'm wrangling with. They're $40 right now. So basically, a 658 put means you want price to end up under 658 to make money for the 40 spent. Yeah, you want that. You want the current price to move into your strike. The more it goes into your strike, the faster it go. You make money. You can see that through deltas and thetas. But you don't got time to really look at all that stuff right now too much. You're if you're trading zero dates and stuff like that, you can breeze through it and everything and take a look. But you um a easy way to get rid of all that stuff, follow the trend. You got a short-term 10 trend and you got a long-term trend. That long-term trend is just going to give you your reason to doubt, because you're not 100% on anything. If you were, you would have woke up and said, I'm going to put all my money on calls or all my money on puts. If you 100%, I'm not. I can't do that. So, um, with having that reasonable doubt, you definitely, that's why you have to size in everything accordingly. These are stand around $40. All right. These are going up. These are going up nice. Mm, fuck. Decision making right here. This sucks. Now they're messing. That's so whack. I may have to let this go. What time is it? It's 11:01. Mm, come on. Let me take a look at these other joints. Actually dropped a little bit. Yeah, that one dropped a little bit too. Ah, this is the frustrating part right here. This is the frustrating part. because they're not going to do it fast. All right, that's the new low. New lower day, 1107. Steady crawl. A steady crawl is good. A grind, the grind is good. The grind in the direction that you're going is is really good. So you don't gotta worry about the grind. Like that's it. Just in in any direction, you know. It's just when there's all this chop and slop over here, you know, you can't trade this. You know, you can't trade that. That's inefficient. This even this channel right here, you know, you know, but this you can trade this. You know, we want a good long trade. You know, good directional trade. You know, if I had a genie, I say genie, give me the lowest point of the day each day. Lowest point of spy or the highest point of spy. I want the lowest point and highest point of spy each day. I mean, or just ask for $1 trillion, but if you make it look good. For some reason, these aren't, you know, this is going to change up. This is either going to get heavier or or change up. You know, I don't think we felt the heat of the day. I don't think we felt because this is too easy. This is too easy. You know, and remember Trump is still on the docket. So, you know, Trump is still on the docket. Oh God. All right, here we go. Now we're getting some separation. Now we're getting some separation. Now we're getting some separation. New lower day at 12. New low of day. I think it was 77. No, it's 12, 12. What am I doing? I mean, 11, 12. New low of day. Seven two. We came through that. All right. Well, we're going through that. We can keep that. All right. Well, I hope you grab the put. I hope you grab one of the puts that or one of the ones that you were looking at. I hope you grabbed it. Now I do believe there could possibly be an easy switch up. The market can easily switch it up and go in a whole nother direction and just do something crazy. 6.5. I gotta keep that on. Those are not. I'm lightening the load on some positions. It's just, oh wow, Nvidia is dropping. Nvidia is dropping like crazy. That contract is up 160%. Mm. Those are going up 100+%. Ooh, okay. I thought that was something else. All right. We are dropping some more. I got rid of them just a little bit too early. I got rid of that protection just a little bit too early, but I got into that. That's gonna be nice. Nice. Damn, then I got rid of that other stuff earlier. All right, we are out of the shake zone. This is definitely a clear value. But we at any time, I let go of those positions because I just know some of the BS that can happen at any moment. At any moment, some BS can happen and we get clapped. Those calls over here. So now everything out there is outdated. The 70s, 72s, all that stuff is outdated. You got to reprice all that stuff. All that stuff doesn't matter now. All right, now when it comes to my trading strategy, we want best entries. You find best entries when you get the top tick. You know, everything isn't going to be perfect, but when you do it, you know, I've in my this is the way I do it. This is my trading strategy. You know, you don't got to do it like this. No one has to do it like this. This is just what I do. Between this and the journal and journaling, this is what I do to find the best entry. I find this to be very efficient, and you know, as you can see, you know, you just got to manage everything else. All right, this could be an add-on or this could be a structure change. This looks like a structure change. That's looking kind of heavy. Ooh, this is ugly. You might want to be careful right here. All right, I'm letting go of positions because it's eating into profits, and I don't want it to eat into profits too much. You know, because we don't know if this is going to stand. Okay, okay, that's brutal. That sucks. Okay. Mm, big change right here. You know, we had a snuff out like this yesterday. We had a couple of them, so you know, patience. Mm. All right, this is actually a structure change. I'm sorry, I was late to put this in. 11:18. 11:18. I was managing some stuff and then thinking about it. I'm sorry. Going up way later on that. 662, 662.25. Okay. All right, and then so this was a. It's looking like it was a test. It's looking like it was a test. It was a test. So if you want to add on, this is probably a good add-on time for some stuff, for some puts. Because I think our direction is down. It's looking like it's going nowhere but down. And then this is another structure change right here. It looks like. All right, so this is another change right there. 11:24. 11:24. Structure change going down. This is 663. 663.84. There we go. All right, and I still have my NVIDIA short too. NVIDIA. Where are you? Where art thou? Let me find NVIDIA, please. All right, 182. It came up. It came back up to SPY. All right, that was a retest, big retest. All right, good. We held. We held because I mean all eyes looking down. I mean, okay, now I think I am, but at that point, that's when they get your nuts. They get your little nuts. And they get your little nuts. I'm looking for a big volume spike. I'm looking for that big, big move, through the grind. run. It's Friday. Yeah, tell me about it. It should be a ping pong sequence. Ping pong low, low. Wait, no. This is a higher 10, 11, 24. This is a lower high. This is a lower high, ping pong. It's 11, 24. All right, 11:30. Still no Trump. Well, no, is this Trump time? Either 11:30 or 11:45. Trump. And we need him to say something short of strangling Putin. Marcus won't like that too much. It can't break this, and it has to break this. I think this is kind of this is kind of crazy right here. There's no reason to look at the MACDs because, of course, the MACDs are going to show bearish from yesterday, and so the past sort of 4 hour, 1 hour, all that's of course going to be bearish. You got to go through that level so we can keep that downtrend, going. You got to break through that level. There was a point of resistance to the up. We bounced off that resistance. Now we're testing support within this little mini range that we're in. There you go. Break through it, baby. That's that support line. Here we go. I broke that support. All right, so now we're going for the new lows. 6625. Now we're looking to break 66225. Now we're looking to attack that. We got our higher lows in, or lower highs. I'm sorry, lower highs. Now we gotta get lower lows. That's why we gotta break that 66225. What time is it? It's 11:39. I'm trying to think. What can Trump say that the market likes? I think the market is waiting for Trump to make the move. So all of this is just a whole bunch of pitter patter. A whole bunch of pitter patter. Either when Trump is finished, this is going to increase, or is going to rip in relief, of course. It'd be nice to break that 25, break that quarter, attack that quarter. There we go. Attack that quarter. There we go. There we go. It hit that quarter. There we go. New lower day, baby. All right, you see, so that's our, you can see that's definitely our range. They're going to try and shake you out your contracts. They're going to shake you out your contracts. So far, it's looking like a flush. It's looking like a big flush, through the day. Use that info to your whatever, do what you want. It's your money. But it is looking like we are going to flush. 662.19, that's our new low of day. 1142. 1142. New low of day. 662. I mean, it's not really too much away from. But the thing is, we're hitting new lows. The same thing with yesterday. New low day, new low day, new low day. Jerky jerk. Jerky jerk. Jerky jerk. So do what you want, but whatever. Now you can wait. You can also wait for the big flush, because as it's flushing, you're gonna have time to get into. So you don't got a FOMO. We know what's going down. You can just wait for the flush. Rather than going through the chop. But if you got contracts, up here, when we put in this higher day, then there's a lot of meat on the bone by the time you got back down here. So I do this for just better entries. If the physical time lines up with like data and everything, and you were in a certain point, that's why I want to look out for the upside. But we are in down. You see, can we? Because before this didn't break this didn't break this. So now we're going to see if we're going to break any type of structure right here. 663.37. It attacked that upside over here. 37. It hit 35. Then it hit 37. You see? You see? It came close. It didn't break it. You see? It didn't break it. And now we're going to inch down right here. 662.19. Now we're going to break all that. We're going to break that 19 cent. We need spike. We need UVIX to spike to 30 bucks. All right, we got to break this 62.19. Of course, not right in that candle, just in this sequence of series of sequence of bars, series of bars. I guess those two can work, maybe. It's gonna attack it, attack it, attack, attack, attack it, attack it, attack it, attack it, attack it, attack it, attack it. So this is consolidation. This is looking for a range. This is the range. This is a range. You know, now we're going to see where we're going to break. Are we going to break up or are we going to break down? Yesterday we broke down. Yesterday we broke down. Today we can go up. I'm also listening to different news channels and everything too, guys. So it's not like I'm just like sitting here in silence. If you're listening, would you mind giving me a like too, by the way, just so we can maybe get algorithm going and all that. And if you have any ideas, please let me know. I'm trying to make the right move. Like, what indicators do you use? What time is this? 50. That's a new candle. That's why it came in so thick and so active. Especially on the 5, of course you can see it. It's 1 minute in, so it's moving just with the 1 minute. All right, here we go. This is a level. This is a level. Oh, it's attacking it to the up. You see this point of contention. Huh. It's taken the buyers 4 candles, 5 candles to go up, and then the sellers bring it right back down. That's strong. That's strong on the sell side. That's exactly what's going on. It's taking less candles. They eat it right back up, bring it right back down. Every time they go to buy the dip, there is no buy the dip. I kept all my contracts. I kept all my contracts. I kept all my contracts. We can see what they do. How they gonna do it? All right, there we go. There we go. You see? And that is the point, man. We want best entries. Best entries. That's what I do. These contracts are up 184%, 175%, 154%. Got them for 22 cents. 21 cent. I mean, you know. And I have some extra ones. Those are 100%. 100%. We need to go down like. So hopefully we do flush. Flush, flush. We gotta watch those calls. We gotta see what zone. All right, so this was just a bunch of consolidation for another move down. We can flush $4 more. We went through the 666. We went through that zone. All right, here's 12. That was the 660 put, 659 and 658. I'm back. Just finished a couple more trades. Okay, yo, what's up, y'all? Yeah, we're just tracking it and everything right now. It's been a big red day. We're 50 cents away from lows that we just hit. We're consolidating right now. I guess the market is just measuring up right now. It was red over there too. I think mid-November will give us confirmation if we're turning to a bull market. November, we had good trades, but a lot of pump and dumps. Yes, not big money moves intraday. Now we're hitting big money moves over here. Trump is talking right now. I got a pee so bad. This is what I was waiting on. Shoot, I got to pee.
Overall bonds, a tremendous amounts of trade was done just in the last little while. Lots of great products, military products and otherwise, are being bought from the United States. We make the best military equipment by far in the world, and they understood it, really have understood it for a while, ever since I've been in office, where we rebuilt completely our military. I want to thank all of the leaders for being here and for their dedication to a strong relationship with the USA. The nations of Central Asia, known as the C5, sit at the historical and geographic crossroads of the world. These nations were once home to the ancient Silk Road connecting East and West. Great history, tremendous, beautiful history. Today, their location in the heart of Eurasia gives them incredible importance and unbelievable potential. Sadly, previous American presidents neglected this region completely. It's an unbelievable region, and by the way, it happens to be an extremely wealthy region, too. But we are fixing that mistake, and I'm committed to making America's partnership with each of these countries stronger than ever before. And I've had a relationship long before this. We've had a great relationship with some of the leaders sitting at the table, and I understand the importance of this region. One of the most important regions. A lot of people don't know that or didn't know that. One of the key items on our agenda is critical minerals. In recent weeks, my administration has strengthened American economic security by forging agreements with allies and friends across the world to broaden our critical mineral supply chains. We had a great relationship and a great meeting with President Xi of China. And we went also, as you know, our new and fantastic Prime Minister of Japan. If you take a look, what we've done is pretty amazing. We were with the president of South Korea. We went to Malaysia and lots of other places and had a lot of meetings while in South Korea. And I think it was a tremendous period of time. We took in at least $2 trillion pouring into our country. There's never been anything like it. We have almost $18 trillion of investment. And by the time we finish out our first year, we probably will have about 20 or 21 trillion, with a T, trillion dollars of investment. And there's never been anything like that in the history of the world, not just the United States. This is really the world we're talking about, nor has anything been close. It's a great honor. I've had a very talented team next to me, but it's a great honor to have that kind of economic power. This was helped greatly by tariffs. It was helped greatly by November 5th, which was the election, presidential election. But our countries and the countries that we're dealing with, they're promoting security, stability, and everything else that you can imagine for the entire world. 3 months ago, my administration also brokered a historic peace agreement between nearby Armenia and Azerbaijan, one of the 8 wars that we ended in 8 months. At that time, 8 months, we're looking to end one more, if that's possible, Russia and Ukraine. We haven't gotten there yet, but I think we've made a lot of progress. As I said at the time, that historic accord includes the construction of the new Trump route. It's such a beautiful thing. They named it after me. I really appreciate it. It's actually a big deal. But it's the new Trump route for international peace. This is a road that's being carved and goes through some of the most important places anywhere in the world, some of the most important places economically also anywhere in the world, which will boost commercial activity on the other side of the Caspian Sea, helping nations throughout Central Asia. I'm optimistic that each of the countries here today will reap the benefits of peace if they embrace the opportunity that we've unleashed with the agreement. Some of the countries we're talking about and some of the countries represented here are going to be joining the Abraham Accords, and that those announcements will be made over the next little while. The Abraham Accords are very sought after right now. We're going to be announcing some very important countries that are joining, and for Jared and for Steve Witkoff, we appreciate the great job you've done. This evening, I'm also delighted to report that Kazakhstan has officially agreed, and that's official now, as of about 15 minutes ago. A tremendous country with a tremendous leader has officially joined the Abraham Accords. And I just want to thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor. It's a tremendous honor to have you. Really great. Once again, I'm grateful that each of these respected leaders has made the trip to Washington, and I'm delighted to continue our conversation over dinner. We're going to have a little working dinner, short one. They've been flying a long way. It's a long flight, but we're going to have a quick but very fruitful dinner. I want to thank the media. You've covered it very fairly, and it's really a great honor to be with these incredible leaders. These are highly respected people, and there's no games. They don't play games, I want to tell you that. So maybe I'd like to ask you, Mr. President, to say a few words if you'd like, and we can go through the list of the 5, and then we'll have a little dinner, please.
Mr. President, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you for convening this truly historic meeting at the White House. And under your steadfast leadership, this summit marks the beginning of a new era of interaction between the United States and Central Asia. Precisely 1 year ago, you achieved a landslide victory in historic election which was absolutely clean and fair. And once again, my congratulations.
Thank you.
And my strong belief that, Mr. President, you are the great leader, statesman, sent by heaven to bring common sense and traditions that we all share and value back into the United States policy, either domestic or foreign. Therefore, millions of people in so many countries are so grateful to you. And I'm convinced that your wise and bold policy needs to be strongly supported worldwide.
Thank you.
Under your presidency, America is ushering in a new golden age. I commend your far-sighted vision of making America great again. This inspires me to pursue target-oriented strategy towards building just and strong Kazakhstan on the basis of my concept, law and order. As president of peace, you, Mr.
Ooh,
Trump,
I'm sorry. I'm back.
brought
I use
to
the
an end
restroom.
8 wars
What is
just
this?
within 8 months. Thus, you have evidently reinforced America, its role as a pillar
This is
of
not.
international stability. Mr. President, I highly appreciate your unwavering
Oh, we had good trading. Sorry, not bull market, but bear market. That's what it's looking like. This is the reverse right here. Oh, this is him. What am I listening to? What is this? Trump now? What is this? Live now from Fox. President of the world. But he can earn millions in seconds. I live in this series on the NYC. I will become food soon. What am I? A rat? Uh, 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 uh. So this is Trump talking. This is the meeting right here. Let's get this meeting up. How come? Oh, this already happened. Oh, that's over. Mm, I missed it. All right, it looks like the market is definitely going higher. All right, and this is the change up right here. All right, the market is flying back up right now. This is something else. Yeah, I missed that whole speech. 12:08, we have a structure change. Usually it's at 12, but it's at 12:08. Happened at 12:08. All right, going up. 661.21. So where can we go to? Where's maximum pain? Shoot, I missed the Trump. I missed leading into that. Shoot. Now, I wasn't here for it, but when I was waiting for Trump to come because I said it earlier, market had a chance to do the complete opposite of whatever is happening at that moment. And here we go. That's why you got to just be on top of the contracts. Got to be on top of them. They got some meat on the bone. You can make a decision, where are we going to go? You know, this point was way past the point of sell. Once we break this point again, that was a great time to sell. Wish I'd seen those timestamps. All right, so this is a all right, bro. Have a good one. Going to sleep. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by, even man. I appreciate it. All right, so this is 66421, 1228. Damn, I missed Trump. That is unfortunate. All right, it looks like sentiment wants to flip. You know, we dropped a percent and change already. You know, now we're gonna see if the relief is going to kick in. From the looks of it, his speech was a nice use of speech. And food only if you vote now. So we got our data. That was the big point. Our data. We got our 10 a.m. data. Then we got Trump. Trump came later than what we thought. Snuck up on me. You know, because you have to plan around that data. You know, you got to plan around Trump. We got to be able to shift sentiment. looks like relief is coming into the market. All right, let's check out our mag. Relief, 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 relief. Relief, relief. All right, everything's rebounding. Microsoft, except for Microsoft. Apple, some back here. Oh, that was just 9. It's been dropping from 10 to 12, 15. A little bit more red. It looks like. So it's like Apple. Apple's the culprit. All right, we're going to see where we really want to go. All right, the upside, the calls are looking, it's looking like this is probably, so just like before we were looking to break resistance and support going down, if this is a sentiment switch, we're going to have to beat this top end and we're right back at it. We're right back at it over there. So if you think, I mean, back there, you could have gotten back here, right here. Now you're waiting for the move to happen. You got some meat on the bone already. Now you're just waiting for it to break and make its move. You know, if you think we're going up, you know, you bought that call. Now we're looking to break. We got to break this sequence. Got to break out of that sequence. If not, it's not upside. It's downside. We hit this area yesterday. This area of contention yesterday. You know, this looked just like yesterday. And then we went down more. Look at the UVIX spiking. So it broke that support. How did we even get into this range? Oh, that was that Trump. That was Trump. And some puts. Bullish. And towards the end of the day, 100% on my puts. Done for the day. Continue to push towards 185. Spot should get a bid. Be aware. The down move, I don't believe it's complete. Maybe for the day until afternoon. And we have sold off the last 2 days. No, that's Apple. Down day. Continue. All right, so this is the lull period right here that they're going to stall it out for a while. I think before the end of the day, I'm definitely gonna short into next week. It's looking like a short into next week. Is this weakness? We got that structure change going down. And the gap is all the way up here at that. So we're not even looking for that gap. We're not even looking for that gap. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes of green, consecutive green. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20, 25 minutes. Consecutive green of the day, just this. And that was when Trump was talking afterwards. And now it's look like it's back to its regular scheduled program. That's why it's useful using the power of 3. It keeps you out of situations, bad situations. If you want to know what the power of 3 is, let me know. Yeah, we can gap down like a bitch this weekend. Or we can gap up. Doesn't look like a gap up though. From the past couple days. Unless that'll be the relief. I guess it's better to have gaps on the up. So we're gonna go down, take out those gaps to the downside, and then anything to the upside, we're just gonna just fill them in as we go up. That makes sense. Now let's pick a bottom. Oh, around the gaps, the downside gaps. So I guess we can have to see what the downside gaps do we have underneath the 6600. Here go Trump right here.
I stick up for Viktor Orban. Not a lot of people do because in many cases they're
Wow.
jealous. They wish they did what he did. They would have no problems if they did what he did. And I have a bigger heart than anybody, but you know they've destroyed some of those countries. Some of those countries had no crime 10 years ago, and now they have quite a bit of crime. And I would say that I don't know anything about your crime levels, but I would imagine they're very low.
Down.
Huh?
Very
Not
down.
too high, right?
No, it's very down. One of the best in Europe.
I had a feeling.
Sorry, may I have one remark?
Sure, please.
No. Just a clarification as well. I'm not here to ask how President Trump to manage my conflicts or our conflicts with the European Union. This is our matter, so we will do it. What we need is a golden age, to open a golden age of the United States-Hungary relationship. That's the biggest help we can get from United States.
And maybe Europe too. You know, we can include Europe, but it's going to get more difficult.
So inside the European Union, we will manage all of our affairs. To be the most possible humble guy, yeah? But I'm the longest-serving Prime Minister of Europe. I survived all the Prime Ministers who attacked us. And I'm sure we will survive next years as well. So we will manage our conflicts successfully.
Mr. President, one question for you, Mr. President. One question for the Prime Minister. Speaking of Europe, last month you said that you would not withdraw U.S. troops from Europe, yet 2 weeks later, the Pentagon decided to withdraw significant number of troops from Romania. So have you changed your mind, or the Pentagon ignored your assurance?
No, they don't ignore anything that I say. What they do is we make changes. We move. It's the same number, total number, but we move people around. I happen to like the Romanian people. I think they're great people. And Pete, you may want to suggest something right there, please.
Absolutely. No, nothing was uncoordinated with the White House. It's all part of the view that we have of Europe, and there will remain troops in Romania, but there's some change in how we rotate and how many we rotate.
And the relationship with Romania is very good, right?
It's very good, and we've coordinated all this with Secretary General Ruta, throughout EUCOM, throughout our allies. Everyone was notified in advance.
The relationship with Romania is very good. The relationship with Europe is very good. I disagree with what Europe is doing having to do with immigration, but I agree with them on many other subjects. We just signed the biggest trade deal ever made with Europe, $950 billion. We were able to do it because of tariffs. It was a deal that was good, very good, but we had a very unfair deal. We were treated very badly before I came into office. But we just signed. It's the single biggest trade deal ever signed. So we have a very good relationship with Europe. Yeah.
What is the main dispute with the Russians which prevent the Budapest summit with Putin from taking place?
The basic dispute is they just don't want to stop yet. And I think they will. I think it's taken a big toll on Russia, big toll on both countries, obviously, but it's taken a big toll. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. That's a big toll. And between the two of them, divided, you know, with Russia losing more soldiers, actually, but they're both losing a lot of people. And that's the primary thing that, with me, it's not economic, it's not money. In fact, we don't spend any money. We send it to NATO, they pay us for our missiles and for our military and everything else. It's not a question of money. It was with Biden. He spent $350 billion. He got nothing for it. The war would have never happened. If I were president, the war would have never happened. I think you would agree with that. This war would never have happened if I were president. It's stupid that it happened, but it did happen. I inherited the war, and I think we're going to get it ended. Not too distant future.
Mr. President,
Yes, please.
So no question that if that time the name of the United States president would have been Donald Trump, there would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. That's clear. But what we are speaking about here is more than that, because without the pressure coming from the United States government, I'm speaking 2022, the Europeans would not take that hard line what they have today on the war. Remember that big countries of Europe rejected to be involved more than just sending some, humanitarian issues. So the pressure coming from the United States to be more pro-war in Europe. So that's the fact of the history anyway. So we have to restore something which was ruined and created from here. And that's the reason why I understand absolutely the devotion of the president now to do everything to stop the war, because that would be not that deep without the previous government pressure from here. So the reason why I'm here to be as much as helpful I can to contribute to the peace efforts
What
of the
happened to
president,
the market?
because that was an enormous mistake.
If
What we
Trump
have
to
done,
say, yo,
I
fuck
mean,
this
the
shit,
Western
and
world
he
several years ago,
swipes
and we
the
have to
whole
stop it,
desk
and
and
it's
shit.
coming
Throw
from-
that
Actually
everything
pushed
over
for that
there.
war to happen. Okay, if you can believe it. Nobody
Grab
can
the
believe it, but
grab the
it's one of
dude
those
by
things.
like
And now look
his
what happened.
his
Look what's
jacket,
happened to Ukraine. It's a much smaller
pull him in,
country.
give
A
him a
lot of
big
people are
kiss on his
dead.
forehead,
You take a look
and then
at
push
what-
him back
it's a
down
whole
in his
different
seat.
world over there.
Then he look at his people and
Russia
said, "We
has
out of
not
here."
been helped very much by that war either. They lost a
See yourself
tremendous
out.
number of soldiers and people. And, you know, look, that war should have been a one-week war. I don't know why it's taken. This is 4 years. Should have been 1 week. Should have been over with, but it would have never started. Should have never started. And I would have solved the problem without giving up anything. Ukraine would have remained as is. So there were tremendous mistakes long before I got there. I inherited that mess, and we're getting it solved, along with the 8 wars that we've already ended.
Mr. President,
What is America's interest cultivating better relations with the EU leader or Orban Viktor?
I think I can do both. I mean, there's no reason why I can't. I get along well with the European nations.
We are still a member of the European Union, so it's easy.
Yeah, and by the way, he's a member in good standing, I guess, although they penalize him every once in a while. But he's a member in good standing with the European Union, so he's a member. He's a part of it. But I get along great with him, and I get along very well with them. I agree with him on immigration much more than I agree with them, but I agree with, a lot of the things in Europe he also agrees with. But he had a difference, I would say, primarily on immigration more than anything else. And I happen to think he was right because their whole fabric has changed. I mean, you go to some of the countries, they're unrecognizable now because of what they've done. And Hungary is very recognizable. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Will there be a peaceful meeting in Budapest still this year? What do you think?
You mean a meeting with President Putin?
Yes.
You mean in Hungary? Well, I'd like to keep it in Hungary, in Budapest. That meeting, it turned out I didn't want to do that meeting because I didn't think anything was going to be happening of significance. But if we have it, I'd like to do it in Budapest. Yeah, it'd be good.
Mr. President, you said many times to support Viktor Orban. Why is it important to win the next election, for example, for the United States, Hungary, and also Europe? Why is it important?
Well, I don't know his opponent. I don't know if he has an opponent yet. At some point he will, I guess. We always have opponents,
always.
right? Not much of an opponent. But I'll be supportive of him. He's done a fantastic job. We've had a great relationship. The United States, look, we had a country that had no leader. It had an auto pen, illegal auto pen, totally illegal. And that's coming out stronger and stronger. But we had no leader in the United States. I mean, Hungary, as an example, had no relationship with the United States, even though we do, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary. Yeah. Hungary's a big country economically. We do, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary. Why would they give that up? And they gave up so much else. Look, they gave up everything. This country was poorly run. I think if I didn't win the election, we might not have a country, if you want to know the truth. Not a recognizable country. But our relationship was immediately good as soon as I won the election because Victor's one of the people that's highly respected, and we had a great relationship with Hungary. We do again. That was an easy one. Yeah.
Do you and Prime Minister Orban agree on ways to put pressure on President Putin to come to the negotiating table to end the war in Ukraine?
I think we agree that the war is going to end. Sometimes people have to fight it out a little bit longer, but I think we agree that the war is going to end in the not-too-distant future. Do you want to talk about that, Victor?
I have some ideas, and I will present it to the president. How to stop it.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Mr. President, since you brought up the Walmart Thanksgiving meal,
Yeah.
and it is cheaper, but it also contains less. As a board of
Well, I haven't heard that. You're telling me. Who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with NBC News, sir.
Fake news. NBC. You're fake news. What a NBC's gone down the tubes along with most of the rest of them.
If I ask, why do you think there's such a disconnect between the economy that you're describing day to day and the way many Americans say are feeling and they're concerned about?
Well, they feel better about our country right now, other than the shutdown, obviously, which is caused by the Democrats, could be ended by the Democrats in 2 minutes. They feel much better. We have more jobs. We just set a record on jobs. You do know that. We have more investment in our country than any country in history. We're over $18 trillion as of this moment, and we're going to be maybe at 20 or 21 trillion by the time I finish up my first year. And there's been no country, China, no country in the world that's done anywhere even close to that number. Your friend Biden, as an example, in 4 years was less than $1 trillion. We'll be at 21 trillion in 1 year. So there's no country that was even close to that, and our country was a laughing stock all over the world. We have more jobs, we have more potential than any other country, and frankly, we're the hottest country right now. Victor said to me before, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of it. We'll have $21 trillion invested. We have auto plants pouring back in. We have AI pouring back in. We're leading China in AI by a lot. We're leading everybody in every category. There's no category that we're in second place. So I just heard this yesterday that Walmart said that the Thanksgiving was 25% more expensive under Biden. That's a big, to me, that's a big number because Walmart's respected. I mean, Walmart is Walmart, and, you know, they're giving you prices. So that would mean that the whole series of pricing and costs, you know, the groceries and everything else, it was a con job. It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats. The Democrats are good at a few things: cheating on elections and conning people with facts that aren't true. It was 25%. Walmart just announced it 2 days ago. 25% cheaper this year will be cheaper to have Thanksgiving than it was a year ago under Sleepy Joe Biden.
You say that affordability is a con job, as you put it.
Say it.
You said affordability was a con job, and you didn't want to. You said last night you didn't want to talk about affordability.
I talked about it. When did I not want to talk about it? I talk about it all the time. We are much better than Biden and all of them. Now, just so you understand, do you remember that the Biden administration had the highest inflation in 48 years, but most people say ever recorded? Do you remember that? Right? Do you remember it? Did they have the highest inflation in 48 years? Did they? Just answer me the question. You know the answer. The answer is yes. They had the worst inflation in 48 years. We have almost no inflation. We're down now to 2%, and we'll be at maybe 1%. You want to always stay above 1%, actually. You want a little tiny bit of inflation. We're at a perfect number. They were at the highest level in recorded history, okay? And when you talk about affordability, that one fact. Now, let's talk about the second biggest subject after inflation, energy. We're going to be at $2 gasoline. We're going to be approximately $2 very soon. We're a little bit above $2 right now for gasoline. Now, under Biden, it was $4.50. It even hit $5, but it was $4, $3.50. We're going to be at $2 a gallon. So gasoline's much less. Energy costs are less. When you have energy and when you have gasoline less, everything else follows. It's such a big category. So when you have lower energy prices, which I think you admit we do substantially, that means everything else. So we are the victors on affordability. But if I watched that election, which I was not much involved in, I didn't support Virginia, the candidate, didn't do a lot of support for the other candidates. They asked me about Cuomo, and I said, well, it's a question, do you want a thug or do you want a communist? I mean, that was my response. So I wasn't involved in that stuff too much. But I will say this, if you look at affordability, which they campaigned on, they lied because they talked about, oh, prices are up. No, prices are down under the Trump administration, and they're down substantially. Energy prices are down by 30, 35, 40%. Gasoline is way down. And the other big thing is inflation is way down. The biggest thing is inflation. The second biggest thing is energy. Energy is way down. And what's also down? Gasoline. Also, the biggest thing is inflation, and it's way down. We took over a mess. The highest inflation in recorded history. Some people would say 48 years. I'll take either one of them. But I believe it's the highest inflation in recorded history. That alone makes it impossible for them to have done a good job affordability-wise. So one other thing. When I came into office, Victor, 2 days into office, they were screaming at me about the cost of eggs. I was there for 2 days. Eggs had quadrupled. And I said, listen, I just got here. Let me check it out. And they were right. Eggs had gone up by 3-4 times. Within a period of a few months, we had eggs down to a normal cost. We did a great job on groceries and affordability. The only problem is the fake news. You people don't want to report it. And in fact, I'd like to ask Caroline. Where's Caroline? I'd like to ask Caroline a question. Where is she? Did she? Uh-oh. She deserted us. She deserted me. Our great Caroline superstar deserted me. Anyway, she's right outside. She was going to talk about, because the fake news yesterday, they talked about that. They said, oh, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down. Caroline?
Yes, sir.
Could you discuss that question that was asked, and how it was asked in such a fake, disgusting manner by the fake news?
Yeah, and I just saw it asked again here, and it's very unfortunate that the reporters in this room refuse to address, sir, what you just said, which is that you inherited the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, and you are fixing it in 10 short months, and your entire administration has been tasked with this effort, from Treasury Department to Agriculture Department to the National Economic Council right here at the White House. They are slashing regulation. He signed the largest middle-class tax cut in 6 months. In 6 months, in record time, putting more money back into the American people's pockets. So affordability is what the American people elected this president to do, and he is doing it, and you guys refuse to cover it, and you refuse to cover that the previous administration created the worst unaffordability crisis in American history. And I've been watching the TV all day saying that he doesn't want to talk about affordability. That's what he's working on every day, and that's what this administration is doing.
Right now. But you know why they refuse to cover it?
Can I
because they're fake news. That's why. Go ahead.
Can I get her someone?
Sure. Caroline, the Prime Minister would like you to work for him in Hungary.
Please consider. Please consider.
You know what? That's a very good decision you just made. Please don't leave us, Caroline. Yeah, please.
You spoke to Republican senators. They do not seem interested right now in getting rid of the filibuster.
That's too bad. They're making a big mistake. That's right. No, but they're coming my way. You're right. Wait a minute. The way to do it for the Republicans is to terminate the filibuster. They call it the nuclear option. This is the second form of nuclear. Very good. Very good. This is a good form. This is not a bad form. I would have been in favor of that a long time ago. But you know the Democrats are going to do that. And most of you will admit the Democrats are going to do that. So why aren't we doing it? And I think only a foolish person would be against that, especially when you realize that these are crazed people. These people are absolutely crazed, Trump derangement syndrome, whatever it may be. And I am totally in favor of terminating the filibuster. And we would be back to work within 10 minutes after that vote took place. And lots of other good things would happen. And it doesn't make any sense that a Republican would not want to do that.
If they're not going to do that, then it seems like you'd have to make a deal with Democrats to end the shutdown.
Here's some of the things that would pass if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you pass anything, because you can't deal with them. They're really irrational. They really are. But I was happy to see that a tremendous liability to this country, a woman that made herself rich in this country, Nancy Pelosi, has quit. And she'll be out of here pretty soon. And that, I consider that to be a great asset for America, getting her out. Yeah, please go.
Are you really going to deal with Democrats? You're not interested in it?
I don't know. We'll see what they have. I mean, we'll see. But they're very destructive for the country. NBC, fake news. I'm not taking you. Go ahead.
Mr. President, are you worried about it backfiring in the future on Republicans? Should they get rid of the filibuster, and then down the road, Democrats?
Normally I would say, well, a little bit. But the reason that I'm not is because if they ever took over power, they'll do it. Look, Joe Manchin and Sinema are 2 people that are no longer in politics because of this issue. They were opposed to what the Democrats wanted to do. They wanted to terminate the filibuster. They were opposed to it. They're no longer in politics. They're gone. The Democrats will do this. So if the Democrats are going to do it, I'm saying Republicans should do it before they get a chance. It's very simple. And if we do it, we will never lose the midterms, and we will never lose the general election, because we will have produced so many different things for our people, for the country, that it would be impossible to lose an election.
Are you worried about an AI bubble?
No, I love AI. I think it's going to be very helpful. So many things are happening with it. And in addition to which, we're leading China, we're leading the world in AI. We're building massive electric plants that the companies themselves are building for their plant. I've given them the right because we need so much electricity for that. Just the word is electricity, believe it or not. Double the electricity that we currently have in the country for just the AI plants. And I've allowed those companies to rebuild and build electric plants along with their facility. We're getting approvals done in less than a month, sometimes in 2 weeks, for massive, beautiful, massive buildings. And no, I'm totally in favor of it. I think it's really going to be the wave of the future, and we're leading the world. We're leading everybody by a lot.
How long do you think the shutdown will last? Mr. President, how long do you think the shutdown will last?
I don't know. It's up to the Democrats. We voted, the Republicans have voted 14 times to open up the country, and the Democrats have voted 14 times to hurt the country, really. They should approve it, but they might not. That's why I like the fact that we terminate the filibuster. If we terminate the filibuster, the country will be open within 10 minutes after that termination, because we'll take a second vote, which is the opening of the country, and the Republicans will vote to open the country. That's one of the reasons, not the major reason, by the way. I think it's less important than the other things that we get. But if we terminate the filibuster, the second vote that we will take will be to open up the country. It'll take 10 minutes, and the country will be open.
Is there any room for bipartisanship? Because it seems like that's the main purpose of the filibuster, is to create some sort of compromise. So
Well, it didn't work, obviously.
So
You're right. That was the purpose of the filibuster, bipartisanship, but that didn't work.
So are you saying the next 3 years in Washington there shouldn't be?
Well, no. If the filibuster is terminated, we will have the most productive 3 years in the history of our country. If the filibuster is not terminated, then we will be in a slog with the Democrats, and very little for either party will be done. So it's a good thing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, President Trump wrapping up there, talking with the media for about just under 40 minutes, and we brought it all to you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to be with us on this Friday edition. We will slide away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to be talking all about this big Politico article where it has Rubio privately expecting Vance to be the 2028 GOP nominee, and we'll have it all for you here on Live Now from Fox coming up next.
The market like that. It's looking like it's V'ing. That was a slog. I thought it was late. Wasn't late. Yeah, but what else could happen if they end the filibuster? It's like, and then what? All right, so like they're attacking that 676 print again. They're going to the upside. You gotta see what they do. It looks like they're running it up. Wow, Open Door ran it up. Damn, they dropped yesterday to 5 something. Sheesh. Mm. All right, we're breaking out. They made the calls nice and cheap. All right, there we go. Are we really gonna attack that upside like that? That would be ballsy. All right, let's see what today brings. All right, let's see what the rest of today brings. We hit our lower day and the structure change. So boom. Check. My check. My check. All right, my bad. Had it on at the wrong spot. Um. All right, we're gonna see what the rest of the day. What happens? Is this the bottom and we V it up? I'm some food. I will be right back in a little bit.
into the hearts of its citizens. History has shown these tactics will fail, and the persecuted church will only grow stronger. The Apostle Paul reminds us that God gave us not a spirit of fear, but of power and of love. I know that that same spirit, one of power and of love, is what the church in China is fighting with. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution unanimously, to show our support for Pastor Jin, his family, and his fellow believers, and to show the world that the United States stands on the side of freedom, on the side of faith, and we stand with the persecuted Christians in China. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Foreign Relations Committee be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 463.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 463 expressing condemnation of the Chinese Communist Party's persecution of religious minority groups and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that Cruz's substitute amendment to the resolution considered and agreed to.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the resolution as amended.
If there's no further debate, the question is on the resolution as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution as amended is adopted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Cruz substitute amendment to the preamble be agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, I rise today to honor a very special group of Americans, the soldiers, the sailors, the Marines, and the airmen who have fought bravely for this nation, but who have received the very highest distinction that any member of the armed forces can earn, the Medal of Honor. Since 1863, presidents of the United States have awarded the Medal of Honor to more than 3,500 of the bravest men and women ever to wear the uniform of this nation. Each one has demonstrated valor, gallantry, and heroism above and beyond the call of duty, with acts so selfless, so extraordinary, that they stand as beacons of courage for future generations. In 1916, Congress passed Public Law 6556, establishing the Army and Navy Medal of Honor roll and entitling each Medal of Honor recipient to a modest special pension of $10 per month for life. Over time, that monthly amount has gradually increased from $10 to $100 to what stands today at approximately $1,400 per month. But Madam President, let's pause and think about that. $1,400 a month for those who risked everything, their safety, their future, their very lives for freedom. For the opportunity for all of us to be here today. Today, there are 61 living Medal of Honor recipients. 61 men who faced unthinkable odds, who put their country before themselves so that the rest of us could live in peace. We cannot truly ever repay them. There is no sum, there is no medal, there are no words that can measure up to their sacrifice. But there are ways that we can continue to honor them by ensuring that they are cared for, respected, and supported. Madam President, in January of this year, I introduced the Medals Act, my legislation to raise the monthly pension for Medal of Honor recipients. This legislation is a way for this nation to say, we see you, we remember you, and we will not forget what you have done. Many of these heroes spend their time traveling the country, speaking to school children, visiting military hospitals, and strengthening the very fabric of America. This monetary increase will allow them to continue those efforts and to reach more communities, mentor more veterans, and remind all of us about the cost of freedom. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize 9 Medal of Honor recipients who currently live in the Lone Star State. We honor them and we cherish them. I would also like to recognize the 139 Medal of Honor recipients who are either born in, entered the service from, or died in Texas. These are America's heroes, and they are heroes for the great state of Texas. Now, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the Medal of Honor recipients with us here in the gallery. Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson and Colonel Paris Davis. In just a moment, I will propound a unanimous consent request to take up and pass H.R. 695, the House-passed version of the Medal Act that passed the House 424 to 0. I urge my colleagues to join me, as our companions in the House have already done, in supporting this measure, in passing it into law, in sending it directly to the President's desk to be signed into law, and showing that when it comes to honoring our nation's very greatest heroes, we are united and we speak with one voice. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 695 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 695, an act to amend Title 38 United States Code and so forth.
All right, Senator Ted Cruz speaking on the Senate floor. Again, we bring you some of the latest live feeds and top stories all here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. Be back with more. Let's listen in. We have Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin.
Functional shutdowns that any of the federal workers who are forced to work because they're in our military, they're in federal law enforcement, they're TSA or they're air traffic controllers, they're keeping this nation and Americans safe. If we're going to force them to work, at a minimum, let's make sure we pay them and pay them on time. I came down in as nonpartisan manner as I possibly could and literally begged the other side, just join us. Vote to proceed to the bill. That they had some objections to it, things that I was willing to address. For example, my bill only addressed workers that were forced to work. They wanted to include furloughed workers. I said on the floor, listen, I'm happy to add that as an amendment. I think, working with my conference, I can get the conference to support it as well. It wasn't quite that easy, but in the end, we overcame objections within our conference to adding furloughed workers. So we've completely amended the bill now. We've added furloughed workers. In the meantime, surprising to me, we had federal employee worker unions reach out to us, asking what they could do to help pass this bill. They are sick and tired of being used as pawns in this political dysfunction here. They're tired of it. One of the things that definitely appealed to them once I added furloughed workers was my bill makes it permanent. My bill says we will never use you again as a pawn in the political gamesmanship that's being played out right now. So I'm happy to report the Shutdown Fairness Act, as I've now amended it, adding furloughed workers, is supported by the American Federation of Government Employees, the Federal Managers Association, Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controllers Association. We tragically had a plane go down early in the week. I'm not saying it's because of air traffic control, but we understand the danger. We have to understand the risks we are taking in not paying air traffic controllers so we can fully man our air towers and keep our airspace safe. The International Association of Firefighters supports my bill. The Association of Flight Attendants does. So again, one of the main reasons they support my bills, in addition to the fact that we added furloughed workers, is my bill makes this permanent. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 191, Senate Bill 3012. I further ask that the Johnson substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan.
Madam President, reserving the right to object. I just want to first start off and say that I just deeply appreciate that Senator Johnson has updated his proposal to pay all federal employees during the shutdown to include furloughed workers as well as DC employees. So I appreciate all those efforts. I've worked on a number of bills with the senator from Wisconsin. We'd like to continue to work on this bill as well as we go forward. But unfortunately, I just still have some concerns about the way that the bill has been drafted so far. Those are things that I think we can work out and want to work out. We've been going back and forth with our staff. I'm concerned that Senator Johnson's bill still leaves too much discretion up to President Trump. There's too much wiggle room for the administration to basically pick and choose which federal employees are paid and when. And I'm also deeply concerned that this would allow the administration to actually transfer this money to other purposes that are unintended by Congress, which unfortunately we have seen happen repeatedly in this administration. So I believe there are ways that we can put in guardrails. There's a way we can get to that, but we're just not there yet. And I would certainly ask the indulgence of my colleague from Wisconsin to look. We've sent another proposal over to his staff. We can work on this quickly and try to figure out how we get there. But in the meantime, I've also introduced a bill that would pay federal employees just for this shutdown without the additional powers to the administration. It's just basically a clean bill. No additional language, no complications, no wondering what does this actually mean. It's very straightforward. My Military and Federal Employees Protection Act would ensure that all federal employees receive the pay that they certainly deserve, allowing them to pay their bills on time this month. I've asked Senator Johnson to support my very simple proposal, which I think accomplishes most everything he wants to do, with the exceptions of things about giving the administration more power. I think we can agree on that, whether we can pay our troops and our federal employees, period. That would be my goal. So I will continue to work to this end, to work to end this government shutdown and address the healthcare crisis. But in the meantime, we must protect our hardworking federal employees. My bill's very straightforward. We could agree to that right now, and it's done. Federal employees are going to get paid without all the other extraneous language that's in the senator's bill. Therefore, I ask that the senator modify his request so that instead the Appropriations Committee be discharged from further consideration S3043, and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Does the senator from Wisconsin so modify your request? His request?
Reserving the right to object, Madam President. It's important the American public understands what's going on here. Again, I came down here 2 weeks ago. I modified my bill quite dramatically. Entered into talks immediately with the senator from Delaware and the senator from Michigan. Within those talks, again, 2 weeks ago, they were accusing my bill of giving the president all this additional authority. In discussions staff to staff, they admitted there is no additional authority I'm giving to the president in this bill whatsoever. This bill is completely silent on president's authority in terms of who he can furlough. As a matter of fact, everybody's included. Every employee is now included. There's no discretion whatsoever in terms of who's furloughed, who gets brought back to work, who gets paid. They all get paid. The senator from Michigan is well aware of this. Those discussions, I'd say, petered out within a few days. I don't know, they were emboldened. They're just digging their heels in. They're going to continue this shutdown. Don't feel that they're getting blamed for it. Didn't have much pressure on it. Now, here 2 weeks later, they want to redline the bill. Well, in that 2 weeks, we've had our bill examined exhaustively by our leadership, by OMB, by the unions. Our bill is in a really good place right now. We've tried to think of everything. No federal employee would be excluded from this. The senator from Michigan says my bill allows the president to pick and choose. That's total hogwash. Again, every federal employee, including contractors, gets paid. There's no picking and choosing. That is completely false. Money transfers, what is he talking about? More power? There's no power. It is completely silent in terms of presidential authority. These are false arguments. This is further evidence of the gamesmanship the Democrats are playing with people's lives. They are the party of big government. They've in effect taken a family member hostage. I see your leader on the floor here. He's been doing everything he possibly can to help Democrats release their own hostage, open up the government. Once you do that, we're more than happy to talk to you about how to repair the damage done by Obamacare and transition to a system that works. But they're playing politics. They're using federal employees, and quite honestly, the American public now, whose flights are being delayed, whose skies are less safe. They're using public employees, the American public, as pawns in this grotesque display of partisanship. My bill is very simple. It's backed by the public sector unions who generally don't support things I'm putting forward. And if the senator insists on objecting to this, preventing these people, these workers, these people who keep us safe from getting paid in this round, my guess is we'll take a vote on this to proceed to the bill. The problem with that is it's going to take much more time. If we could pass this by unanimous consent right now, we can send it over the House. The Speaker's already indicated if we pass the Shutdown Fairness Act, he'll bring his people back. They're on a 48-hour call. We could have this passed by Monday. Our skies would be safer again. Federal employees would be treated fairly. They would be paid. And they will never, ever be used as pawns in this kind of partisan, this grotesque partisan gamesmanship. So, Madam President, I will not modify my request.
Wisconsin yield for
Absolutely.
Madam President, I'm trying to understand what's going on here, and perhaps the senator from Michigan can clarify. So every public sector employees union is supporting the senator from Wisconsin's bill, but you're objecting because you think it grants too much power to the president. Now, if that's, I don't know how every public sector employees union would be in support of this bill. And my understanding is the modification proposed by the senator from Michigan would essentially cover back pay, but wouldn't do anything to address going forward. So in other words, we're going to keep federal employees hostage. So they might get paid for back pay, but starting tomorrow, they're not going to get paid again. And that means that in the future, they continue to be pawns. They continue to get held hostage. This is a straightforward approach that addresses that issue. And that everybody in this chamber who isn't getting paid, I can't believe people come down here and look these people in the eye when he's saying right here, we will pay them not only for today, but for tomorrow and for the entire year, and we won't allow them to be held hostage and be pawns in a political game in the future. And my understanding is the senator from Michigan, on behalf, I suppose, of other Democrats, is objecting to that. Please, please help me understand. This is a straightforward proposal which addresses the concern that millions of Americans have who are headed to food banks and can't pay their rent. And you're coming down here and saying you're going to object because you just want to pay them for yesterday, not for tomorrow or the next day after that. It's about leverage, isn't it? Isn't that what y'all been saying? It's about leverage? This isn't leverage. This is the lives of the American people. Senator of Wisconsin has put forward a straightforward proposal to pay people, federal employees, today, tomorrow, and in the future. And what you're essentially saying is, well, I'm fine with paying them for yesterday, but we're not going to pay them for tomorrow or for the day after that, for the future. And we don't seem to care that there are men and women in uniform who are frequenting food banks, who are not making rent payments, or trying to borrow to get by because it's leverage. So, Mr. President, Madam President, I should say, I would hope, we're going to vote on this, so a senator from Michigan can object to the unanimous consent request the senator from Wisconsin made. But everybody in this chamber is going to be put on the record on whether or not they want to pay federal employees. Not yesterday, but today and tomorrow and into the future. I am tired of political games. I really am. And so feel free to object to something that I don't know how anybody in their right mind can walk into this chamber, look these people in the eye, and say, we're not going to pay you. So we're going to vote on it. You object to it right now, but everybody in this chamber is going to vote on whether or not they want to pay federal employees, something that every single public employees union has said they support. I yield back to the Senator from Wisconsin.
Reclaiming my time for briefly.
All right, we are again taking you on the Senate floor there. Government shutdown continues on day 38. We will see if there is any breaks in the voting that is expected to happen in just a little bit. And if the voting doesn't go the way of the Republicans, it looks like there could be another vote coming up this weekend, maybe Sunday. Senator Thune did say that as well. All right, we'll keep an eye on the Senate floor as the shutdown does continue. Live look right now at the White House. It is a new hour here on Live Now from Fox. Great to be speaking with you. I'm your host, Mike Page. We'll be with you for the next 3 hours, giving you the day's biggest top stories and headlines. I want to bring in our next guest to help break down what we are seeing in the day's news at the White House, as well as the week that was for the White House and President Trump. So let's bring in our next guest with the Associated Press, Darlene Superville. Great to have you on, and thanks so much for jumping on. We appreciate it. And Darlene, my first question to you really is, it seems like after the Tuesday elections, there was a breakdown in communication within the Republican Party. President Trump, right after the elections, putting blame on the Republicans for much of the shutdown.
That's right. We heard the president start to say after the election that, well, I'll back up a little bit. Obviously, Democrats across the board had a pretty good night on election night, and a lot of those candidates ran on cost of living issues, affordability issues. And what the president is saying now is sort of shifting the blame a little bit and blaming Republicans and saying that they haven't been spending enough time talking about affordability and cost of living issues, grocery prices, gasoline prices, the cost of rents or mortgages, interest rates, and so on. So we now hearing the president say that he's been talking about affordability all along, and the White House has been telegraphing that in the coming weeks that he himself will be spending a lot more time also talking about those issues and doing things too.
Yeah, so true. And right now, we're at a moment here of the shutdown where it seems like it could really get a lot of eyes finally coming to the shutdown in the form of air travel, because starting today, that reduction in the flights has started. And the really worry is this weekend that there could be a lot of issues at airports all across the country. And it'll put pressure on not only Republicans, but Democrats to try to get something done on the floors.
That's right. We heard Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy talk about reducing flights at a number of airports and markets around the country, and that started today. Hundreds of flights have been canceled, snarling traffic, snarling lots of plans and lots of early holiday plans for some people who are trying to get from point A to point B. There's a lot of uncertainty about whether people will get to their destinations. If they get to the destination, will they be able to come back home? Will they be able to travel at all? The other big issue is the issue having to deal with the SNAP food assistance benefits and what the administration is going to do there. So those are some issues that kind of really bring the shutdown home to regular people. If a businessman can't, his flight is canceled and his or her flight is canceled and they can't get to where they need to go, That's felt. Families trying to travel, that's felt. It really hits you personally. And there's some thought that these are some of the pressure points that might be able to force lawmakers to finally end the shutdown.
And also, President Trump wants to do away with the 60 votes threshold and wants to terminate the filibuster. And he is demanding Republicans get on board to do this in an effort to say, hey, if we don't do it, when Democrats, whenever they get a chance, they are going to do it and they're going to run the table. Where is it at right now with other Republicans like Senator Thune? What are their thoughts on this?
Well, Senator Thune has said flatly that the votes are not there to do away with the filibuster, and it's not going to happen. We continue to hear the president talk about it. He talked about it today, in fact, when he was here at the White House, meeting with the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban. But for the time being, the filibuster seems to be here to stay.
All right. And speaking of that meeting that just took place a little bit ago at the White House, there was a moment where they were talking about Thanksgiving food prices. And it feels like President Trump doesn't feel like the media is really focusing in on the 25% reduction that Walmart CEO said from last year to this year on the food prices. And then Caroline Levitt had to come in and really talk about it. Maybe explain what happened that for our viewers maybe that didn't get to see that.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an unusual moment. So the president did get a question about affordability and whether he would start talking about that a little bit more. And he raised the Walmart comparison that was issued sometime this week, where Walmart is saying that the cost of Thanksgiving is going to be less this year than last year. But the items that Walmart is using to make the comparison, there are fewer items this year than last year's comparison. And so when that was raised to the president, he got a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Agitated about that, and then called in his press secretary, Caroline Levitt, to complain to the press and say that we need to be covering those issues more or better.
Yeah, that was a big moment that stuck out a little bit later there in that meeting. And when you're covering the White House, Darlene, especially in this administration, it seems like this is a reporter's dream, because the access that President Trump really gives for these types of meetings where you could go 30, 35 minutes when it's just straight Q&A and you don't have any of the aides saying, okay, last question, last question. Tell us what it's like from that angle.
Well, one of the different things, as you mentioned, is that with President Trump, as you said, with other presidents, you do have aides kind of step in at certain points when they feel the questioning has gone on long enough, or they don't really like a question that has come up and they don't want the president to answer. But with President Trump, he decides for himself, and he decides how long he wants to take questions, which questions he's going to answer, and when he feels that he's had enough, he will say thank you, and that will be it.
Yeah, you can almost see near the end always, he's looking for that one question where he really wants to put an exclamation point and always end on the exclamation point and then have the room clear out.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
All right, Darlene Superville, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Great recap of what happened today and what's happening this week with the government shutdown. We appreciate the perspective as always.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
You take care. All right, everyone. We will take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us. We're following day 38 now of the government shutdown. Listening in to senators speak on the floor. Just moments ago, Republican Wisconsin Senator Johnson tried to pass a bill to pay all federal workers during the shutdown by unanimous consent. Democrat Michigan Senator Gary Peters objected because saying it leaves too much discretion up to President Trump. So we'll keep an eye right now on the floor as we are seeing both Republicans and Democrats trying to ease into some of these legislative bills that could stop the shutdown. But right now, it doesn't look like it is getting anywhere close to that. Let's listen in to Senator Lindsey Graham from just a little bit ago speak on the floor.
And sort of stop the disruption and madness it's causing throughout the country. And I want to say to my colleagues who have been working together to find a solution to open up the government, I really appreciate your efforts very, very much. I know this polarized environment is hard to reach across the aisle, but this moment dictates that we try. I've had some discussions, and I know a lot of my colleagues have, Senator Britt and Collins and many others have spent a lot of time, Mark Wayne Mullen, trying to find common ground to open up the government so we can move forward and have a debate about health care and maybe find a solution. Apparently to no avail. There's a group of my Democratic colleagues who believe every day gets better for us, as Senator Schumer. They, I guess, apparently feel emboldened by the election. The question I have for the country is every day getting better for you? If you're trying to get to an airport or fly somewhere, I would say not so much. If you're a government employee working, not getting paid, not so much. There are a lot of services that are being disrupted out there because the government shut down. And truth of the matter is both parties have had government shutdowns trying to get a policy win. You know, one time we shut the government down as Republicans to get money to build the wall. We eventually got money to build the wall because it was a very good idea, but it didn't happen through the shutdown. And so I learned that shutting the government down to try to get a policy win is probably not good government. And our Democratic friends, whatever day it is, they're shutting your government down, our government down, to try to make Republicans do something on health care we're just not going to do. They're trying to repeal elements of the working family tax cut, big beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it, that would prohibit health care funding going to illegal immigrants. They're trying to repeal many of the things that we think are just good reforms, over $1 trillion, pulling back $1.5 trillion to go in programs we think that are not good investments. Investing in a program where illegal immigrants can get free health care just gives you more illegal immigration. One of the things that we're trying to deal with is Medicaid has grown by 50% in the last 5 years, and we're trying to put it on a more sustainable path and helping rural hospitals. They want to take the provision out of the bill that would give $50 billion to rural hospitals to help with Medicaid reform. So we're just not going to do that. That's never going to happen, nor should it. So what do we do next? I think the first thing we need to do is understanding that the statement, every day gets better for us, is a lie. Us being the United States. Every day that this thing drags on is bad for America, it's dangerous for America, it's dangerous to our national security.
All right, Senator Lindsey Graham from on the floor just a little bit ago. We'll keep an eye on more Senate floor remarks throughout the day as the government shutdown hits day 38 right now. I do want to go out to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth making remarks right now to industry and military leaders. Let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
The department's perverse process has in turn fostered a culture in today's defense industrial base that makes it unlike any other American market, uniquely tailored to the Pentagon in the worst way. Unstable demand signals, uncertain projections, and volatile customer base has caused the defense industry to adopt, the same entrenched, risk-averse, and lethargic culture that we have in government. The result, an absence of urgency, a fear of innovation, and a fundamental lack of trust between the military customer and our limited, more limited than it should be, defense industrial base. What's worse, the defense industry financially benefits from our backwards culture. Schedule overruns, huge order backlogs, and too predictable cost increases become the norm. Our military and our taxpayers need a defense industrial base that it can count on to scale with urgency in a crisis, not one that is content to wait for money before taking urgent action. This relates to the whole industrial base, and most importantly, to the large primes that we do business with today. These large defense primes need to change to focus on speed and volume and invest their own capital to get there. If we do that, the Department of War is, of course, big-time supportive of profits. We are capitalists, after all. But if they do not, those big ones will fade away. We've all heard this sort of talk before. Transformation of our acquisition process is a war of attrition, a war that we intend to win. Day by day, week by week, month by month, year by year. I'm telling you, Feinberg and Duffy won't stop. It's been the department's fault for far too long that we're in this predicament. And it will take a focused and sustained effort to succeed, and succeed we must. We will no longer ignore the plank in our own eye. The goal of this speech is not to name and shame people or companies or departments. Many of you have done important and patriotic work for our nation and this department for years. Many for decades. But rather, I wanted the opportunity to look you, my fellow patriots, straight in the eye and tell you how important you are. You will determine whether we deliver for our warfighters. You will determine whether we win our next war. Either you, our companies, our industries, our defense industrial base deliver, or we fail. It is literally life or death. Every dollar squandered on redundancy, bureaucracy, and waste is a dollar that could be used to outfit and supply the warfighter. We must wage an all-out campaign to streamline the Pentagon's process, to unshackle our people from unproductive work, and to shift our resources from the bureaucracy to the battlefield. Our objective is simple. Transform the entire acquisition system to operate on a wartime footing, to rapidly accelerate the fielding of capabilities and focus on results. Our objective is to rebuild the arsenal of freedom. American industry and its innovative spirit are begging to be unleashed to solve our most complex and dangerous warfighting problems. We need to get out of our own way, out of your way, and enter into real partnership with you, rather than overprescribe and decelerate your natural progress. In turn, industry needs to perceive business with the Department of War from the perspective of growth and assume risk to partner with the United States. Speed and a focus on outcomes are fundamental to successful deterrence. Our warfighters require the depth of capabilities to deter any aggression and, if necessary, decisively defeat any enemy that dares to challenge America. We're talking here about transformation, not toothless reform, and we're seeking it fast. Now, some will say that any effort to reform the Pentagon bureaucracy is punishment for real or perceived slights. We think that's nonsense. I'm not here to punish, we're here to liberate. I'm not here to reform, but to transform and empower. We mean to save the bureaucracy from itself. Because the chairman and I talk about this all the time. This is a 1939 moment, or hopefully a 1981 moment. A moment of mounting urgency. Enemies gather, threats grow, you feel it, I feel it. If we are going to prevent and avoid war, which is what we all want, we must prepare now. Our adversaries are not sitting idly by, they're moving fast. They're developing and delivering new capabilities at a rate that should be sobering to every American, especially those who work in the Pentagon and in the defense industrial base. Their ambitions and intentions are bold. Their actions speak volumes, and frankly, at times we've been too damn slow to respond. But before we get too far along, when it comes to transformation, let me give some credit where credit is due. President Trump has led on this, issued 4 executive orders directing transformation to defense acquisition, spurring innovation of the defense industrial base in particular, and the entire federal procurement process and foreign military sales in general. That's because the president recognizes one simple fact: America's military is the greatest in the world by far, and we must keep it that way. Our commander-in-chief is leading the way, affording us, this is what is so key in any effort like this, affording us the top cover to do big, hard, and necessary things quickly. Members of the House and Senate Armed Services Committee, on a bipartisan basis, have advanced proposals to reform Pentagon procurement through the SPEED Act and the Forged Act. Through their close collaboration and extensive exchanges with Congress, much of what we are planning and announcing directly reflects the insights and reform ideas that have emerged from those ongoing partnerships. Many of the changes we're implementing today are the direct result of those congressional engagements, and we look forward to continuing this vital collaboration as we transform the department. So I want to thank Chairman Wicker and Chairman Rogers, especially for their leadership on these issues. Together, these executive orders, the congressional reforms, and the efforts by the services and department leadership, many of which are already underway, will enable 5 broad transformations. 1, inspire American industry to become a wartime industrial base that focuses on speed and volume through reliable demand and adaptable business practices for current partners and new entrants alike. 2, unleash the defense, industrial, and government workforces by incentivizing progress over process. 3, bias new acquisition and requirements processes for speed, flexibility, and efficiency. And 4, championing technical excellence and higher risk thresholds to accelerate high performance production. And 5, provoke war speed or warp speed by procuring rapidly and sustaining readily, cost effectively as the default, not the exceptions. So in short, those are broad principles. We mean to increase acquisition risk in order to decrease operational risk. Let me say that again. We mean to increase acquisition risk in order to decrease operational risk. By taking greater calculated risk in how we build, buy, and maintain our systems, we will gain speed to more quickly provide capabilities to the battlefield. An 85% solution in the hands of our armed forces today is infinitely better than an unachievable 100% solution, endlessly undergoing testing or awaiting additional technological development. These are of no use to troops in harm's way. So to the men and women of this department, both military and civilian, who work on acquisition, and our industry partners, let me say this: you are not our enemies in this effort, but you are our allies. You are Obi-Wan Kenobi. You are our only hope. I hear the frustrations of the senseless bureaucracy, the constraints. I hear it every day. You know there is waste. You know there is abuse. You know there are outdated, useless, and silly regulations that squander taxpayer money. You also have ideas to help us defend the United States better, to reform our processes for the better, to make our processes more responsive to the needs of the warfighter. As we move forward, we need your help and your help as we transform this effort. As I said at Quantico, consider yourself hereby liberated. In transforming the acquisitions process within the Pentagon, We will build on the tenets of restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding the military, and reestablishing deterrence. We cannot achieve the last two without infusing the first throughout the acquisitions ecosystem, including the boardrooms, the labs, and the factories of our indispensable industry partners. The first step in achieving the warrior ethos, as I emphasized at Quantico, requires that we expect the same from our partners. It's imperative that industry focus on hiring and promoting individuals based on merit and not on some garbage ideological standard. DEI has failed at every level of every organization. In our system of acquisition, we all serve the men and women in uniform and are accountable to the American taxpayer, but we all have a specific role. The Pentagon establishes expectations and outcomes and accountability. Industry provides the talent, the innovation, and the agility, and the capacity that allows us to meet our goals. As with our warriors, the performance standards that industry needs to meet must be high and unwavering. Tolerance for underperformance and failure, low. And the imperative for continuous improvement, relentless. To achieve these goals, it's paramount that human capital decisions across the entire warfighting acquisitions enterprise are predicated upon merit and optimally enable the recruitment, retention, and mobility of our nation's best talent. Just as I told the uniform ranks, personnel is policy. So too in acquisition. Human capital decisions focused on hiring, promoting, rewarding, and accountability will directly determine the success of acquisitions reform. And more importantly, whether or not we save our republic. That's how important it is. The time for half measures, it's been over for decades, as Secretary Rumsfeld's speech reminds us. We're taking bold and swift action to transform requirements development, overhaul our acquisitions process, and enhance foreign military sales. But we're not just doing this in silos. The development of this transformation has prioritized civil-military collaboration at every step, ensuring both our civilian and military leaders across the services and the joint staff directly contributed to the development of the coordination of this overhaul. This was not OSW sitting in a room thinking up ideas. This was collaborative across the Pentagon with the services and the joint staff to figure out how we can make this happen. This is a team effort at the Pentagon, not a hostile takeover. Here are the 5 overarching transformative pillars that form the foundation on the procurement process. First, we will stabilize demand signals. We will award companies bigger, longer contracts for proven systems. So those companies will be confident in investing more to grow the industrial base that supplies our weapon systems more and faster. Second, we will prioritize the purchase of industry-driven solutions, commercial solutions first, that meet our needs faster, even if that means bids do not meet every requirement. It means that we will be open to buying the 85% solution and iterate together over time to achieve the 100% solution. It also means there will be no non-compliant bids. Third, we will empower our program leaders with the control, expertise, and authority to direct program outcomes, to move money, and quickly adjust the priority of required system performance to deliver on time and under budget. Fourth, we will inject urgency and excellence into the DIB. The Department of War will only do business with industry partners that share our priority of speed and volume above all else, who are willing to surge American manufacturing at the speed of ingenuity to deliver rapidly and reliably for our warfighters. And fifth, regulatory reform. We will remove excessive and burdensome FAR and DFARS rules, reporting requirements, accounting standards, excessive testing oversight, excessively long studies and analysis. Anything that unnecessarily slows down government contracts will be eliminated. So the bottom line is this. These changes will move us from the current prime contractor-dominated system defined by limited competition, vendor lock, cost-plus contracts, stressed budgets, and frustrating protests to a future powered by a dynamic vendor space that accelerates production by combining investment at a commercial pace with the uniquely American ability to scale quickly. Taken together, we will rebuild the defense industrial base into a new arsenal of freedom. What we're doing today marks a new horizon for how we acquire and deliver warfighting capabilities. We are prioritizing speed, flexibility, competition, and calculated risk-taking. We will buy commercial solutions to the maximum extent possible, practicable, and will ensure our systems can produce at scale and relentlessly focus on delivering modern lethal weapons to our warfighters. End of story. To fix this entire process, we need to fix the heart of it all, which is requirements. For decades, our requirements process, under the name, and you know it well, Joint Capabilities Integration Development System, or JCIDS, has become an inefficient bureaucratic system in need of a complete overhaul. Which is why today, at my direction, we are transforming the department's process for joint requirements determination. Re-envisioning the requirements process is a decisive step in rebuilding the nation that once led the world in turning ideas into combat power, thoughts into lethality. I am canceling JCIDS, which moved at the speed of paperwork, not war. To put it plainly, JCIDS became a years-long bureaucratic anchor that dragged us down while our adversaries surged ahead with purpose and precision. JCIDS was focused on defining systems requirements, staffing them through countless oversight boards, and then locking them down, while threats and technologies continued to evolve. To validate requirements documents, JCIDS often took over 300 days. Yes, 300 days to close to one whole year just to approve a single document. By the time it got stamped, and it probably was stamped, the threat had changed and the warfighters' needs had shifted. The process was so complicated that there is a 400-page manual, instruction manual, just to understand it, imposing endless templates and layers for review. JCIDS had dozens of reviewers and sign-offs and hundreds of comments to approve a single document. It's its own ecosystem, most of which added little to no value. We tried to please everyone, so we chased consensus instead of clarity. It became a go-along to get along process. The result? Overspecified requirements that satisfy everyone and serve no one. A process built to serve the process. Our industry partners know the biggest obstacle isn't technology, it's our processes. Requirements are unclear or overly prescriptive and even contradict themselves, like that last sentence. They're either so rigid that they strangle innovation or so vague that nobody knows what done actually looks like. Contractors waste time guessing instead of building. The result, cost overruns, frustration on both sides, and delayed delivery to the warfighter. What industry is asking for is simple. Clear, stable problem statements, provided early enough to plan, hire, and train the workforce, and then invest in capital modernization. We rarely engage innovators early, and when we do, the process tries to retrofit their ideas into outdated formats. Existing industry partners who understand the cumbersome process don't even bother to innovate. They know there is no upside to innovation. Rigid standards and archaic templates choke the agility that we need. That's why innovation groups exist to bypass JCIDS entirely and deliver faster. The lesson is obvious. If we want innovation, and we desperately do, we must build a requirement system that welcomes it instead of smothers it. You can catch a glimpse of where we're moving when it comes to our commitment to acquiring critical munitions and the Golden Dome. Secretary Gates, for example, circumvented the Pentagon process to quickly develop and field the MRAP. Now, we're already moving at wartime speed on both of those, Golden Dome and munitions, working outside the slow bureaucratic process. But we shouldn't have to go outside the process to make it work. Urgent needs are met by circumventing it. We can't rely on that. Instead, the entire process must move at the speed of critical munitions, Golden Dome, and the MRAP. In short, we can't continue making big promises we can't keep. The people who define what we need aren't linked to the people who control the money or build the systems. So requirements move forward on paper, but the funding and execution don't follow. By the way, if folks are watching this on Fox, their eyes are rolling over. But everyone in this room understands exactly what I'm talking about. The result, plans without resources, programs without liftoff, and warfighters waving for capabilities that arrive late or never arrive at all. No feedback loop, no shared priorities, and no accountability. Until we connect need, money, and delivery under one roof, we keep producing wish lists instead of weapons. President Trump recognized the reality and challenged our department to adopt a wartime mindset, to confront the bloated and inefficient bureaucracy. And that is why today, at my direction, we are undertaking a series of actions that immediately and fundamentally change how we develop requirements, to get capabilities into the hands of our warfighters at speed. We're ending a system that was built for paperwork, not mission. JSIDS is dead, and it was slow and bloated and disconnected from reality, and we will do better. I'm directing the Joint Requirements Oversight Council, the JROC, to stop validating service requirements and to kill the paperwork culture that buries ideas before they ever reach the field. In its place, we're building a new model focused on speed, alignment, and action. We're also reorienting the JROC to start identifying and ranking the joint forces' toughest problems, what we call joint operational problems. The problems will drive the priorities for the entire department. That is why today, at my direction, we're standing up 3 new decision forums in place of JSIDS. The first is the Requirements and Resourcing Alignment Board, or RRAB, a new decision forum co-led by the Deputy Secretary of War and the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to tie money directly to those top warfighting priorities. We will ensure the Joint Forces' top problems are funded. We're also creating the Mission Engineering and Integration Activity, or MEIA, to bring the best minds, government, industry, and labs together early to experiment, integrate, iterate, and prototype solutions instead of watching good ideas die at the hands of a worthless process. And to make sure good ideas don't die in the infamous valley of death, we're establishing the Joint Acceleration Reserve, or JAR, a funding pool set aside to move promising solutions straight into the fight. Finally, each military service will review and reform its own requirements process, cutting red tape, engaging industry earlier, and aligning internal priorities to the new joint system. So what do we believe this new process will achieve? Speed replaces process, money follows need, joint problems drive action, experimentation accelerates delivery, and the services move faster and smarter. Take contested logistics, for example. When we fight, our ability to move weapons, supplies, and reinforcements to the front lines and back, it's critical. We can stay in the fight only as long as our logistics sustain us. Our adversaries know this, and they will attack our supply routes, ports, airfields, depots, and information systems in order to disrupt us. We must be able to fight in this contested environment, and these reforms will ensure that we can. We'll start by elevating contested logistics as a key prioritized operational problem. We're going to work side by side with our industry partners to come up with innovative solutions through experimentation and rapid prototyping and ensure that it's properly funded. Logistics will be prioritized, integrated, and delivered quickly and as long as our warfighters need it. See, we're moving from process to purpose and from paper to power projection. And this is not a minor requirements reform, it is a transformation. A change that allows us to outpace our adversaries and restore deterrence. Field capabilities quickly and welcome new entrants. A chance to achieve President Trump's vision of peace through strength. Every leader, every program, and every dollar will face one simple test. Are we delivering real capability to the warfighter faster than we were before? If the answer is no, we will adapt. We will not stop, and we will not back down. That was requirements. onto acquisitions. Hand in hand with requirements is acquisitions transformation, which is why today, at my direction, the Department of War will immediately begin implementing a comprehensive overhaul of our acquisitions system. President Trump did not send us here to nibble at the edges. He sent us here to fix it, and that's exactly what we plan to do. As mentioned earlier, President Trump's executive orders direct the department to modernize acquisition for speed, flexibility, and efficiency, to revitalize the defense industrial base and leverage America's commercial innovation, to incentivize our acquisitions workforce, encourage risk-taking, and cut red tape, promoting efficiency and enhancing competition. That is why today, at my direction, the defense acquisition system, as you know it, is dead. It's now the warfighting acquisitions system. And this isn't just a name change, it's a fundamental shift in how we view and practice acquisition. General Omar Bradley once noted that amateurs talk about tactics, but professionals study logistics, and of course he's right. Wars are won and lost not only by warriors on the battlefield, but by acquisition and industry professionals who shape the fight years before it ever takes place. That's all of us and all of you. Acquisition is a warfighting function, and it must enable and encourage continuous adaptation and improvement of our warfighting capability. We need acquisition and industry to be as strong and fast as our warfighters. The warfighting acquisition system will dramatically shorten timelines, improve and expand the defense industrial base, boost competition, and empower acquisition officials to take risks and make trade-offs. We're leaving the old, failed process behind, and will instead embrace a new, agile, and results-oriented approach. What used to take, sometimes when you add it up with requirements, 3 to 8 years, we believe can happen within a year. That old approach had 3 systemic challenges. First, fragmented accountability where no single leader could make trade-offs between speed, performance, and cost. No one's in charge. Second, broken incentives that reward compliance with rules and regulations, ignoring schedule delays and cost overruns, resulting in our warfighters operating with old, unreliable legacy systems. And third, a chaotic requirements, budgeting, and contracting environment that disincentivized industry investment, leading to constrained capacity that cannot surge or adapt quickly without government intervention and, of course, more and more funding. The core principle of the acquisitions transformation we are unveiling today is simple. Place accountable decision makers as close as possible to the program execution, eliminate the layers of bureaucracy that hinder them, and then empower them with the authorities and flexibility to drive timely delivery. Eliminating the layers of bureaucracy mean every program, every process, every board, and every review must justify its existence by demonstrating value in a timely manner of capabilities to the warfighter. Those that are of low or no value will be eliminated so we can continue to accelerate our speed of delivery to the warriors. Here's what you can expect. Today, at my direction, we are transforming and reorganizing the existing Program Executive Offices, or PEOs, into Portfolio Acquisition Executives, or PAEs. The acquisition chain of authority will run directly from the program manager to the PAE. Each PAE will be the single accountable official for portfolio outcomes and have the authority to act without running through months or even years of approval chains, and they'll be held accountable to deliver results. Now, these PAEs will be empowered with the authorities to make decisions on cost, schedule, and performance trade-offs that prioritize time to field and mission outcomes. That means less time identifying what our warfighters need, releasing solicitations to industry, and finalizing contracts to get production running at scale. Our warfighters, as you know, can't wait decades for the tools they need to deter and fight our wars and to win them. The current pace of technological innovation is unprecedented. The services deal with it every day. By the time we field new capabilities, they need to be upgraded and then upgraded repeatedly to maintain the edge over our adversaries. And it's not just software that needs regular updating, but the critical components as well. By the time to make those updates in production, let alone putting them in contract, is delaying schedules by years. Everyone in here knows it, years. And we're done with that status quo. Which is why today, at my direction, the Department of War will issue guidance within the next 180 days for portfolio acquisition executives to implement several game-changing practices. We will establish adaptable test approaches that enable rapid certification, evaluate multi-track acquisition strategies to allow third-party surge manufacturing capacity, maintain a standard to carry at least 2 qualified sources through initial production. And lastly, we will establish module-level competition through modular open systems approach. The Department's Office of Department's Office of Research and Engineering, led by Undersecretary of War Emil Michael, along with Mike Duffy, will issue these revised guidelines, A&S and R&E. No more standing by and talking about the benefits of modular capabilities. We're making this a reality. Portfolio acquisition executives will now have the authority to enact the modular open system approach, a technique that commercial industry has been practicing and using for years. Imagine being able to swap parts or software of a critical munition without needing to, completely redesign the missile. It's common sense, but we're not doing it. Updating our lethal capabilities in real time should be the norm, not waiting years to redesign, produce, and field a platform just to have it just in time for it to undergo another round of updates. Around-the-clock software updates should be a given, just like on your smartphone, to improve performance and critically protect our infrastructure against rapidly evolving cyber threats. It's all about empowering innovation and not stifling it. It's about the defense industry leveraging practices the commercial sector has already perfected, things like computer-aided design, digital processes, building virtual models, and 3D printing. We will break down monolithic systems and build a future where our technology adapts to the threat in real near time. Contracting officers will be embedded within program teams and accountable to program leaders, shoulder to shoulder with our engineers, operators, and warfighters, the ultimate end users, who can provide critical real-world user feedback to the engineers. Contracting officers' performance will be judged not on mindless compliance with thousands of pages of regulations, but on mission outcomes. The portfolio chain of command are the ones in charge. They're responsible for mission success. If the mission is not successful, there will be real consequences. We will ensure accountability by extending PAE tenure to be longer than the current PEO service times. We will leverage taxpayer dollars in a more accountable, flexible, and deliberate manner to maximize their value across capability portfolios. We will shift funding within portfolios' authorized boundaries, swiftly and decisively to maximize mission outcomes. If one program is faltering, funding will be shifted within the portfolio to accelerate or scale a higher priority. If a new or more promising technology emerges, we will seize the opportunity and not be held back by artificial constraints and funding boundaries that take months or even years to overcome. And we will partner with Congress at every step of the way for seeking maximum flexibility empowered by transparency. Instead of each program acquiring its own infrastructure, portfolios will invest in common platforms, interfaces, and test ranges. No more endless delays or bureaucratic gridlock. No more customized acquisition pathways. The battlefield doesn't work that way, and neither should our capability development. Programs will be schedule-driven with fixed delivery cycles that embrace learning through iterative development. Our combatant commanders will get operational capabilities years earlier on mature technologies before the threat window actually closes. We will require rapid fielding dates with clear goals for unit cost ceilings and reasonable mission effectiveness standards. All other attributes must remain tradable. We will be agile and respond to rapidly changing threats and battlefield conditions, empowering the PAE to seek deviations, waivers, and delegation authorities to deliver a highly responsive acquisition capability. We will eliminate unnecessary technical standards and compliance requirements that add little or no value to fielding lethal capabilities. We will create lean technical advisory processes to inform accelerated decision-making. We want technical rigor without sacrificing speed. Technical rigor will only come from people most engaged in the program, and they should have a large voice in the process. No more lengthy, inefficient reviews by people who are out of the loop and add nothing but time to the process. We will focus on the operational problems that material solutions are intended to address. We will prefer alternate proposals or solutions that deviate from stated requirements but more effectively achieve operational objectives. Evaluation criteria will focus on mission effectiveness, not specification compliance. We're not just buying something. We're solving life and death problems for our warfighters. We're not building for peacetime. We are pivoting the Pentagon and our industrial base to a wartime footing. Building for victory should our adversaries FAFO. That's why today, at my direction, the Department of War is delivering a plan to streamline test and evaluation requirements. Testing early and often is essential at certain stages of development, but testing for the sake of testing inhibits progress and delays delivery. We will shine a light on performance standards as well, which is why today at my direction we are mandating portfolio scorecards with primary performance measures focusing on what truly matters: the time it takes to put weapons in the hands of our men and women who use it if and when necessary. We'll also continue to focus on operational availability and mission capability rates of our current weapon systems. Far too many of our systems are not available to fight right now, as they languish in depots and shipyards for repairs and maintenance, or wait years for parts and the prime contractor to repair the system. We will maximize the number of weapon systems that are available for conflict. The faster we can deliver modern weapon systems, the faster we can retire decades-old legacy systems. We will tailor other measures to each portfolio's specific needs. No hiding, no excuses. Results will be clear and drive improvement, and everyone is responsible for raising opportunities for improvement. Speed and volume will rule. We will foster competition, embrace modularity, and pursue multi-source procurements at every opportunity, moving fast to contract, test, scale, and deploy when a solution is clear. We will strive to maintain at least 2 qualified sources for critical program components. We will minimize getting ourselves into single-source situations where contractors have monopoly power over a key warfighting capability. We will enable third-party integration without prime contractor bottlenecks. Success will be measured by the ability of qualified vendors to independently develop, test, and integrate replacement modules at the component level throughout the system life cycle. There's no more complacency and no more monopolies. To make competition easier, we will increase incentives for component-level competition. This is about more than optics. It's about delivering better components at lower cost. Multi-track acquisition is the future. Now, I'm not talking about 2 sources that were bought out by the same prime to give the illusion of choice. I'm talking about meaningful choice, where quality and speed matter and where prices go down. Moreover, today, at my direction, commercial products and offerings will be the default policy. We will enhance the presumption of commerciality. Within 90 days, we will issue guidance that demands a commercial-first and alternative proposals policy to enhance flexibility. We will harness more of America's innovative companies to focus their talent and their technologies on our toughest national security problems. We're leaving too much on the cutting room floor. We want them to deliver novel solutions to our warfighters so that we have an overwhelming advantage in future wars. Our goal, as you know, is to never enter a fair fight. The bottom line is we're buying solutions, not specifications. We will evaluate results, not paperwork. If a better solution exists outside the traditional channels, we will find it and we will acquire it. And that is why, as part of this transformation today, at my direction, we are establishing the Wartime Production Unit, or WPU, at the Department of War. This new unit has been redesigned from the existing Joint Production Acceleration Cell and will focus on transforming how we accelerate the delivery of critical capabilities to our warfighters. We will accomplish this by leveraging a dedicated deal team, empowered to forging groundbreaking business deals that revolutionize production capacity and completely overhaul contract execution. The deal team will reinforce our contracting workforce, enabling them to work with newly empowered PAEs to negotiate with vendors based on a broader perspective of the vendor's total book of business within the department, rather than through the lens of a single program, creating leverage and incentives not previously applied. This deal team will craft financial incentives that drive contractor performance, demanding on-time delivery of the weapons our warfighters desperately need. It's about faster negotiations, better results, and a commitment to complete transparency and cooperation between the government and our industry partners. The Wartime Production Unit will manage and execute direct support for our top acquisition production priorities. To ensure that we have the best minds in the business, we will bring in a wide variety of the nation's most talented experts to advise on industrial production optimization. We have already been doing this, we are doing it, and it's been led by the Deputy Secretary of War, and the results thus far have been fantastic. We plan to scale it and scale it quickly. Many talented operators are already on board at the Pentagon. Former industry executives who are serving our country to drive success. We call them Business Operators for National Defense, or BOND. I encourage those listening who are interested to reach out if you have the skills to contribute to the defense industrial renewal we are embarking on. This may seem like an obvious change, but it's new for our department to empower world-class operators to help drive necessary change from the Pentagon to industry. This initiative is not a pilot program. It's a fundamental shift in how we arm our warfighters. We are committed to dominating the modern battlefield, and that domination starts with a wartime industrial base focused on execution and operational success. As you know, everyone in this room knows, building the arsenal of freedom will not happen overnight, and it will require considerable investment and resolve to expand the department's buying power. As you're all familiar, the cycle of annual budgets limits the department from providing long-term demand signals to industry. However, there's a world of opportunity with alternative investment strategies to expand our industrial base. And that is why today, at my direction, the Department of War will publish new guidance to ensure that there are clear incentives for contractors to deliver on time, increase production capacity, and have the demand signal needed to attract private investment. We will encourage and accelerate creative strategies in investment, contracting, and procurement to scale production, expanding the DIB with new entrants and incentivizing companies to spend more of their own capital to revitalize our DIB and supply our warriors. We will drive strategies that create stable, clear, and consistent demand signals for industry to invest and scale production of lethal capabilities. This includes partnering with Congress to secure legislative authorities and appropriations flexibility needed to make the department a more predictable partner for industry. Enhanced multi-year procurement authorities, guaranteed purchase orders, and stable funding mechanisms that will be the foundation for unleashing unprecedented private sector investment in defense production capacity. This will build on the great work already done to improve the PPB&E process and how CAPE and Comptroller interact with Congress. We commit to doing our part, but industry also needs to be willing to invest their own dollars to meet the long-term demand signals provided to them. Industry must use capital expenditures to upgrade facilities, upskill their workforce, and expand capacity. If they don't, we are prepared to fully employ and leverage the many authorities provided to the President, which ensure that the department can secure from industry anything and everything that is required to fight and win our nation's wars. Our national security comes first. You, our friends among industry, must realize that we appreciate your need to make a good margin and a profit as capitalists. But you must invest in yourselves rather than saddling taxpayers with every cost. For those who come along with us, this will be a great growth opportunity and you will benefit. To industry not willing to assume risk in order to work with the military, we may have to wish you well in your future endeavors, which would probably be outside the Pentagon. We're going to make defense contracting competitive again. And those who are too comfortable with the status quo to compete are not going to be welcome. To the majority of American industry who enjoy steady demand signals, to the major manufacturers who have built our country and our incredible, exquisite systems, to those of you who are not in this room today because you don't currently do business with the Pentagon, the Department of War wants any and all of you to be a part of our industrial base. We want all comers who are prepared to go at wartime speed. We're committed to being better customers, and this acquisition transformation demonstrates our commitment. The Deputy Secretary of War has already reached out to many of you to gauge your interest. I've talked to a lot of folks. We've never had a deputy like this man who has the business background and experience that he has, and we're leveraging the hell out of it. On behalf of the department and our country, I encourage you to answer his call when it comes. None of this transformative effort would be possible without a massive culture change amongst our acquisitions workforce. The Defense Acquisition University is obsolete. It must become an incubator of acquisition excellence and urgency. That is why today, at my direction, we're immediately transforming it into a competency-based educational institution named the Warfighting Acquisition University. It will be the launching pad of our acquisition workforce, imbued with a transformative and warrior mindset. The same warrior ethos I invoked in Quantico must extend across the acquisitions ecosystem to contracting officers, program managers, systems engineers, and requirements developers. The patriotic men and women in this audience who architect, develop, and procure the world's most lethal and capable technology must be unleashed to deliver the arsenal of freedom faster than we ever have before. The Warfighting Acquisition University will prioritize cohort-based programs, combining experimental and project-based learning on real portfolio challenges, industry-government exchanges, and case method instruction that develops critical thinking and rapid decision-making. No more sitting in classrooms, learning about failed processes of the past. Our acquisition system is only as good as our workforce. Trust me, I understand the challenges of the workforce. Portfolios and programs can't succeed when leaders rotate out every 2 years. Greater stability ensures deeper insights into technology, relationships with companies, personnel development, and accountability to deliver outcomes. And that is why today, at my direction, the department is developing policies to create blended career paths of key portfolio and program officials, extending their tenure by requiring 4-year minimum terms with 2-year extensions, and tying their incentives to competition, capability delivery time, and mission outcomes. This will ensure accountability for strategies and decisions with continuous improvement throughout execution phases. Again, we're not just making tweaks. We are fundamentally changing the way we do business. These are not just words. We've already done a great deal of the work. In fact, the new acquisition transformation strategy is being released today. And for many of you in this room, it's hitting your inboxes right now, as are all of the directives that we're announcing today. You will have them before you leave this room. It's a great read. I encourage you to check it out. I read more than the executive summary. Speed to delivery is now our organizing principle. It is the decisive factor in maintaining deterrence and warfighting advantage. If our warfighters die or our country loses because we took too long to get them what we needed, we have failed. It is that simple. That is the business we are in. And when you talk to a lot of people that have been in this building a long time, the sense of that urgency has slipped too much. And when you look at what we face, we have to recapture it. Finally, foreign military sales. Transforming requirements and acquisition alone, not enough. We must also improve the way our department and the industrial base supports weapons sales to our allies and our partners. This is a top priority for my team in partnership with Secretary Rubio and Secretary Lutnick. Thanks to the efforts of President Trump, we have reached an all-time high in our foreign military sales. President Trump is securing deal after deal to bring cold, hard cash to American manufacturers, but our processes are too slow, and our industrial base is too inefficient to keep up and deliver on time to our allies and partners. Believe me, I hear about this on every foreign trip and every conversation I have with every president, prime minister, and minister of defense is what is wrong with your foreign military sales. We ordered it in 2014. It's 2025, and it's scheduled to deliver in 2032. And I sit there going, I don't know what the hell. But we didn't break it, but we're going to fix it. Not only are foreign military sales and defense commercial sales important to our American industrial base, but they're also critical to our strategic vision on the global landscape. Burden sharing has been a key pillar of President Trump's and the Department of War's agenda. And to accomplish this, our allies and partners must be armed with the best and most interoperable weapons systems in the world. Foreign military sales allow our warfighters to stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies to face dangerous global challenges. We're solving it. Hundreds of billions of dollars annually in foreign military sales and defense commercial sales for American-made weapon systems will provide our companies with the fuel to invest in new manufacturing plants, hire engineers, and source components and materials from thousands of subcontractors and suppliers. More effective FMS and DCS will help revitalize the industrial base, you know this, create tens, if not hundreds of thousands of American jobs, lower the cost of deterrence to the U.S. taxpayer, and accelerate capability delivery to our partners that want to buy American-made. They don't want to buy Russian, they don't want to buy Italian, they don't want to buy French, they want to buy American, but they don't want to wait a decade for it. So what's been the issue? Red tape, inefficiency, and a lack of investment in our defense industrial base. Well, we're sitting on a massive opportunity to supercharge our defense sales and industrial might, to add the surge capacity we need to increase volume for American stocks. The key lies in cracking the code on process efficiency and aligning sales with our efforts to revitalize the defense industrial base. We need to eliminate the backlogs and strengthen the critical supply chains that contribute to delivery delays. When we promise to supply our partners with critical capabilities, we must deliver on time every time. Our success ensures their ability to fight and win, and we can and must do better. We're taking decisive action to resolve it. We've worked to bake exportability into the acquisition lifecycle from the very beginning, and we're investing heavily in making that a reality. We're modernizing our IT systems and establishing clear performance metrics to track progress and identify bottlenecks. At the operational level, some of our combatant commands, I've seen it firsthand, have similarly begun moving out to remove FMS process inefficiencies at the tip of the spear in theater. But the next step is a crucial one, and that's why today, at my direction, I'm directing the realignment of operational control of Defense Security Cooperation Agency, DSCA, and the Defense Technology Security Administration, DTSA, removing it from under the Secretary of War for Policy to the Undersecretary of War for Acquisition and Sustainment. So from policy to A&S. Now you might ask yourself, how does an internal Department of War shift in reporting structures make any difference? It makes a huge difference. In delivering defense articles and services to our allies and partners, it's a complex process, And success demands a unified approach across the entire acquisition lifecycle, from the first dollars invested in research and development all the way through maintenance and delivery of spare parts. When a foreign partner or ally needs to acquire a new capability from the United States, we need to ensure that the department's own processes are efficient, effective, and primed to rapidly review those capabilities for transfer or place them on contract and then delivered as quickly as possible without impeding deliveries to the U.S. warfighter. By planning against a total aggregated picture of global demand against our industrial might, we can achieve breakthrough results, rapidly equipping our allies, bolstering global stability, and projecting American strength. That's exactly what this realignment gets after. By aligning DISCA and DTSA under A&S, we provide leadership focus and establish clear lines of accountability. We're better integrating FMS with our warfighter acquisition system and our defense industrial base activities. What you get is stronger cohesion of our acquisition, security cooperation, and technology security enterprise. U.S. operational and industrial readiness are maximized, and interoperability with allies is increased. And if it's done well, continued year-over-year growth in sales of American-made systems will skyrocket. You should all love that. Starting today, we will now manage our defense sales enterprise with a single integrated vision from initial planning to contract execution to delivery. I mean, it was staggering when we tried to get our arms around just one particular system and who we were giving it to, how many we were giving it to them, and when we were giving it to them. It was a multi-week exercise just to understand that system. It was not a complex system. That system, who it was going to, how long it would take, how it traded off of ours, we had no idea. So half of this is just totally understanding that process top to bottom. At the end of the day, unifying defense sales under a single roof in the Defense Department of War ensures that we aren't making promises that we can't keep, and that our allies receive the capabilities they need when they need them. But this is just the beginning of transforming our approach to defense sales. There's much more to come in the months ahead, because this is about more than selling weapons. It's about building partnerships, strengthening our industrial base, and ensuring that American-made military equipment remains the gold standard for defense around the world. We believe that what we've announced today is a total transformation of how we do business at the War Department. Not simple reform, but a fundamental shift in how the War Department operates. This transformation is, as I stated earlier, a war of bureaucratic attrition, and it is one that we intend to win. This is not a speech. This is not a fire and forget. This is the beginning of an unrelenting onslaught to change the way we do business and to change the way the bureaucracy responds. We will not relent, and we probably won't sleep, because we believe it's that important for our warfighters in the field. We're moving away from a culture of bureaucracy and risk aversion and embracing a culture of agility, innovation, and results. We will revitalize our defense industrial base by changing how we do business with our current defense contractors, fostering competition, and embracing commercial solutions. By the way, some of our services have already done great work in these spaces. So this is not to say there hasn't been a running start with some of our services on this, and I want to acknowledge that. This is building on top of that, frankly, taking some of those lessons learned and accelerating them into what we're doing department-wide. We will reform our requirements process to ensure that our warfighters get the capabilities they need when they need them, and they're not bogged down by bureaucratic delays. We'll modernize our acquisitions process to shorten timelines, send consistent demand signals, and empower our acquisitions officials to make swift, informed decisions, not handcuffed by the process, accountability to make decisions. Slashing the barriers to entry for companies in the defense industrial base to encourage rapid innovation, competition, and expansion. And we're slashing the barriers to innovation for companies already in the DIB to empower them to grow within the Pentagon. We're making it easier to do business, not just for defense contractors, but for commercial companies. We're leveraging the untapped American manufacturing base to new heights. Small, mid, and large businesses alike, all welcome. And we're instilling a culture of accountability tied to results, not process. More jobs, faster delivery of lethal capabilities, and an industrial base that can surge if called upon. It's not just a pipe dream. We're driving toward that pace. We won't do incremental improvements. This is about fundamentally reshaping our approach from concept to delivery. We're injecting speed and agility into every facet, ensuring that we can outpace our adversaries and maintain our technological edge in places like AI, cyber, and space. It's not about building a military that is not only strong, but it's how to be adaptable, resilient, and ready to meet any challenge with a magazine depth that makes sure that any fight we choose or that which is thrust upon us is an unfair battle. So much of this is about magazine depth. Not just about what we can make, it's how much of it can we make and how quickly can we deliver it. We're not just building a stronger military today, we are laying the foundation for continued dominance in the decades to come. We intend to build a dynamic and responsive system that can adapt to emerging threats and leverage new technologies. We're ensuring that future generations of warfighters have the tools and the capabilities to defend our nation. The War Department will be ready when the time comes. We will have and we will be the arsenal for freedom. The world is watching. Our adversaries are watching. Our allies are watching. We must show them that America is back stronger and more determined than ever to defend our interests and uphold freedom. Our warfighters are depending on us, and we cannot fail. Let there be no question. The 2.1 million Americans who wear our nation's cloth, active, guard, and reserve, and the hundreds of thousands who support them in suits, in coveralls, in welding helmets, they comprise the finest military in the history of the world, no doubt. They stand ready to face down any threat, anytime, anywhere. President Trump says it all the time, and he's completely right. We have the best, strongest, most lethal military in the world. Our job is to liberate them from any antiquated systems and incentives of the past, delivering them the military of the future at speed. We know the threat. I know the threat. You know the threat. We know the environment. This is our moment. May we leave here with a renewed sense of purpose and a shared commitment to action, because you're definitely leaving with a full inbox. If we must, we will go to war with the military and equipment we have, and we will win. We have the best and the strongest. But today, let's build on the vision of what Secretary Rumsfeld aspired to in his September 10th, 2001 speech. Building the military we want and the military we need. The arsenal of freedom. That, my friends, is what we owe our warriors, present and future. So thank you all for what you do. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless our great republic. Thank you.
Secretary Hegseth making remarks to military leaders, talking about the different ways that the Department of Defense is going to look at contractors and try to get the best artillery and different weapons for the U.S. Department of Defense across the board. And we also want to take this time here on Live Now from Fox to talk about Fox's mission this month to make camo your cause. We have teamed up with U.S. Vets and Fox Corporation to raise awareness and funds to end veteran homelessness. The campaign encourages people to wear camouflage on Veterans Day, donate to support the cause, and use the hashtag #HonorUSVets to share their support. Donations help provide veterans with services like housing, counseling, and career programs. And you could scan that QR code right there on your screen, and you can make a donation. And there is plenty of different swag that you can get to show your support. This great T-shirt, as well as you got coffee mugs there up, some sweaters as well. So once again, go to that QR code right there on your screen so you could take part in the Make Camo Your Cause event there, and really great campaign to help veterans that need the help across the country. We are going to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, stay right here with us. Always more to come in just moments.
please. And let's get ready for next week. I have some shorts going into next week. Hopefully they work out well.